Welcome all to the ill-fated session 35.
Whoa.
Be excited.
Copyright.
Yeah, we definitely copyright infringed there.
We've been
for sure.
stricken.
It wasn't long enough. It's fine.
So what did we do last session? Well, we freed Dresgal. That happened. They essentially gave you
last
all
session.
one. That was. Yeah, big breath. So Tresgal is freed. As it's an exchange, obviously, for their freedom. They gave you one request, like one flight kind of thing, where they can take you. From there, they would essentially go on their merry way. They explained after you had noted the place of Felgum that was the particular location that Damodar did their magic on something that they inferred through their conversation, and then they said that they could not stay there. So once they would deliver you there, they had to depart. They would not risk themselves being there in case the Master of Dragons came to claim them or something had happened. Attack. They did give you some information, perhaps on their whereabouts, but they would be going to. They said they would head back to their lair in the Torval Pass, which is in the North Lavsteer Mountains. They also gave you some information of their intentions, and that would be to gather their servants and command, perhaps building a new lair, and then once the time was right, they would return to join Harold, Tegan. So, giving some arbitrary time frame, maybe, or perhaps just waiting till it's an opportune moment to strike, based on Tresgal's backstory, what they told you all from that story. It would seem they're very opportunistic. They're not one to put themselves in harm's way unless it's completely necessary. We made it to Felgum. We observed there is some things relevant to the oxidation deterioration of the items the Talthar armaments had, the actual armaments that the Talthars had. The actual items themselves, they showed lingering signs that there was magic, but it's no longer there. So something's sapping them or kind of removing them. We had Varys, obviously, Pade's not here, but they took copies of the teleportation circles, just noting how they're designed. And then all of a sudden, this gnome interrupted you all. Seems to perhaps have a dual personality or is split between their mind somehow, and is showcasing one that is very kind of cuckoo and crazy, and the other side is very like old and wise, and also just kind of patient. So it's very interesting. You have the old, wise, and patient person.
They have the light.
Yes. Through this, you were told to go to the labyrinth to beat them there. Then there was an attack from some of the automatons. The Mark IVs were incredibly impressive. Their strength and design basically brought Malcolm to like death before before you all surrendered, and then kind of did a name drop. They seemed to kind of take you in the general direction of where they knew Porig was, right? So they kind of were escorting you to that general location. Porig happens to be in this chamber and had coined it in the name of the Well of Nine Realms. That this is exactly that. I mean, it's not probably, I think, what any of you were expecting a well to look like, but above this area is connected to. So this is more of like a glass vat, kind of an aquarium tank design, right? Where it's just kind of going to the ceiling and then going to the bottom. And then from there, you can hear the running water. So there's actually like a stream sound. So you have this slight flow of water. And then you can see in the metal grating that there are tubes and other sorts of copper and brass pipings and stuff that they have interworked underneath this labyrinth. and it's designed to push the water where it needs to go so they can do experiments. It's not very large, this place, and I think what's important to note is that it doesn't need to be. This place was seemingly a place of research and slight study. It's not necessarily an area that needed to be large to conduct those studies. Borg has instructed you all that if you meet with the Old One, make way for these brass, kind of bronze pillars that are anchored into the same chromatic orbs they've been using for light, as well as a vestige of kind of writing and information. Right? And those have runes that are inscribed into the stonework. The runes themselves have signs of showcase, which is what Varys can probably say, is to actual shifting of planes. But it's not in the actual spell, but it's really just the precursor to what language would be necessary for a spell of that caliber. As you reach onto crystal walls here, you are immediately met with a voice. Each of you are connected to this voice at the exact same time, but in your own state. What I mean by that is that when you hear this, in your mind, you are all hearing it at the same time, but it is not one simple stream, so that your interactions are independent. Starts. Hello. I am the Old One. That is it.
We're not frozen in time or anything, right? We just hear this in our heads.
Correct.
Tegan will respond in his head and say, "That face just set me for a loop." Hello, my name is Tegan. I was sent here was told to come here to find you.
Tegan, you have the mark of my power. It has removed what it is that makes you whole. You are here. See as Tegan begins to alight with purple and pink cackling lightning sprouting from the crystal, arcing through our hand and their forearms into the body, restoring your hair, skin coloration, your flesh. The armor itself that you have also is repaired, but the only two items that would be repaired then is the helm and the cloak, because the other was turned into something else. It is not repairing them in a traditional sense of arcane magic with the mending. It seems as though that they are being restored to a previous point in time. Same dirt and the same kind of stain that might be on the cloak, or perhaps bits and stone pieces of the helm are there again, bringing them back from that point to this point. In addition, your charisma is going back up to 20, which is what was reduced to 60.
Whew, thank you very much.
Tegan, you're pretty again.
I just kind
Thought
of
he looked better the other way.
Thank you, and I do have a few questions, if you don't mind me asking. What I saw before I was marked, was that you trying to show me something, or was that generated by something else?
What you had communed with is a seed of my being. It is not like you or I. It is of its own nature. It operates, streaming through time. What was requested is to see through time. It requires great strength to be able to wield that power.
Indeed. If you don't mind me asking, what are you in the grand scheme of things?
I have been referred to by many names. The gnomes of the place you currently resided call me the Old One. I am not a god, nor am I a mortal. I exist outside of time. I am home to nobody.
So do you have some control over time itself, or are you merely an observer?
I am an observer, and in my efforts to fight what you know as Damodar, I scattered stone so they would find you.
Why us specifically, and what is our purpose in carrying the essence of the dragons?
You are chosen. There is a piece of you that is absolute. You are beyond my vision, but you are not immune. Fight what lies ahead. You must be impervious to the eyes that watch. The stone were very important and powerful to Damodar. In their last attempt, I used my power to preserve them, and Damodar had failed to destroy them.
he We've obviously had encounters with him, and he speaks of us not being ready to die. There's a greater plan, a time ahead where we were meant to die. Is this that instance that you cannot see.
Yes and no. Be chosen. The tales of your kind is many things. As I see it, it is to protect you. As much as it is to call you. Your quest is to slay Damodar. Why the Master of Dragon seeks to preserve your life only means one thing.
What is that one thing?
They are afraid of the dragon they command.
We were made to believe that our purpose was to obviously defeat Damodar, but defeating the dragons was a precursor to doing so. If he's... Is he afraid of the dragons as a whole, or one dragon in particular?
I do not know the emotions of this mortal. I only see what could or would be done.
Do you know where he gets his power from? And why he's able to influence other planes as well as ours?
Damodar has obtained power from me. Their gift was given to them, as I will offer you. I do not choose this gift. It is pulled from the tendrils of fate. As chosen. You might be blind to what connects you to the whole. Connected you are nonetheless.
Before giving him the gift, did you know what he was going to attempt to do with it?
In exchange for my gifts and the planting of a seed, they were tasked with slaying dragon.
Did he complete his task to your liking, or
It is not for me to decide what is or is not done.
I'll kind of like bow out back into reality and go like, anybody else having a conversation, or
Well, you could have been talking out loud too. You don't need to talk in your own mind. I'm assuming you're talking in your mind though, too. You can always say this out loud, but this is actively happening in time. So if anybody wants to start their own independent conversations, you can. Obviously, you don't want to ask redundant questions. So I think at some point, you know, if you're inferring a question that has already been answered, simply just saying, right, that's been told to your party member, which they'll probably get you.
Right. Maybe we had a powwow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I obviously, Tegan, that's what you're doing, right? You're just saying, hey, is anybody else having a conversation? But this has been minutes now, you've been
Yeah.
talking, right? So does anybody else have anything that they're asking or speaking with?
No, I think my eyes would be trained on Tegan just to make sure that nothing weird is going to happen to Tegan, given the fact that, last time if I had taken my eyes off him, he'd be disintegrated. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think Maldor is definitely going to have to chat with him. The power that I've seen come from you, and also from a tree we found called Talus, rings all too familiar for me. I have spent years untold battling an enemy called the Devourer that seeks to destroy everything. Are you familiar with this entity?
You have been gifted by a seed that was planted long ago.
Talus is of you.
Alice is of me, but it is not of me any longer. As all seeds are, they grow to their own creation, and the influence is no longer there. As I am no deity,
What of the Devourer?
I have been known as many names. What was is not what is, but what had to happen. Your Kai sees through a linear path. Through one time. I see through all time in many paths.
So what was the purpose then? Assaulting the gates, slaying my comrades.
purpose was not cause destruction of liberation.
Liberation of what?
Period of creation. Deities formed life. They wished their creation to serve them, others, to work their deeds through them. After deities fought places within the cosmos, they protected their domain in the great plains surrounding what you reside on. Energy is to be free, should not be contained. The gate is a barrier the deities can enact. There should be no gate.
Without the gate, the deities and all other sorts of beings could run roughshod all over this plane of existence.
Yes.
So you do seek the destruction of everything.
I seek the liberation. To be free. For energy flow. Chaos. Time. Is many things. There are many possibilities. Much of them are yet to be explored. The deity that calls you wishes for there to be one.
And yet he has allowed me to be cast upon this path, presumably to ally with my mortal enemy to slay apparently another mortal enemy.
Your deity had no blade.
What is it then to be chosen? Who makes that decision? Who has the right to play with my destiny?
The chosen is what you are born, what you are created. There is a piece of you that lingers, something that rivals the very deity that you call. your art in this not done by your deity, was set in motion by me.
When this stone came to me, it was through someone that I trusted. Was that you?
It always has been.
Why then do you seek to stop Damodar? If chaos and destruction are your end goals, is that not the end goal of him?
As I have stated, I do not seek the destruction. You mortals fear and worry with your emotion. This stops you from seeing what could be. Damodar is the true destroyer of your world.
Yet he wields your power. Why?
Gifts that I provide are spun by fate. I pull from the energy of the universe, and I spin them. Not know what it is that they will do in exchange for this gift. Energy needs to be balanced, and as such, I request and must need a seed planted. Damodar was tasked with the slaying of dragons. I do not seek to destroy, nor command.
Why was he tasked with slaying the dragons?
Dragons are powerful creatures created by a deity. They were changed and transformed. The very heart of envy, the very epicenter of creation, is what the stones are. Controlled chaos. Dragons are as much a part of the stones as they are to the epicenter of creation.
So destroying the dragons was just step one in your plan to unleash chaos.
Slaying of the dragons would liberate. The energy that is stowed away in them. Free. addition, they have laid claim upon this world and many others across many time. Much of these worlds have been destroyed by them, ruined.
I will kill Damodar. I do not like the forecast of his outcome any more than you do. But I do not know that our goals will ever align. And should it become necessary, I will oppose you for all of eternity if necessary.
And so be it.
But in destroying Damodar, I suppose we consider ourselves allies.
As what and always will be.
Maldor will step away from the stone.
So while that's going on, I would open up my mind with a vision of what happened when my clan was destroyed. And ask it what it knows.
What you see is what could happen. If you fail, you have been given another chance.
What could happen?
Yes. This is a world. This world on another time.
So I'm somehow on a world that is not my own?
This world and that one are much alike. What you had there is not here.
So was my entire world destroyed, not just my clan?
Yes,
Fuck.
was consumed.
Consumed by what?
It was consumed by what is called the Devourer.
And why does it seem to wield a power similar to yours?
For it is my power.
But not your doing?
No,
And will stopping Damodar prevent that from happening to this world?
Stopping Damodar will liberate your world.
Well, not my world.
A world.
Just one or many?
Just this one.
It feels futile.
It may feel as such, but it is the start of something great.
Then what would you suggest we do next?
I cannot see directly all of you, for you are chosen through the eyes of others and through the wakes that you make. I can foresee that your path is set to slay the dragon. Find the stone that have been scattered across the time. They are powerful and will give you strength.
I see. As Damodar wields a fragment of your power, it seems, is there any way you can help us against it?
I can. In exchange for eternal life, the planting of a seed, I can gift you power.
What do you mean in exchange for eternal life?
It's not that you cannot or will not die. It's your life, your body, your mortal crystal flesh will not age.
Interesting. And how will that help with Damodar?
I cannot see when the conclusion will unfold, for it is hidden, and there are multiple ways that I can see an ending transpire. Many, if not all of you, are set to the path now. May perish old age, or some of those paths are ended.
Is this not the same action that caused the calamity of Damodar? Why would you offer it again?
For it is not I that can decide if to offer it or not, only that I must. The gift is to be given. It will happen. If not, I have nothing to offer. For you all, there is something.
What is the process for going about planting such a seed?
The seed will be unique to you. It will be something to tell you when it is time. the seed is not planted, you will be consumed. Gift requires balance.
I see. I would relay all of this information to them, by the way,
Okay.
at this point.
Okay. So I think at this point, given that obviously, Peyton's not here, so it's just the four of you, you've definitely gone through a number of conversations inside your head or through outside. You're able to now freely share those about your
So it
Well, that was
sounds like
enlightening.
We've been tasked by an entity that wants to destroy all life to stop an entity that apparently wants to destroy all life. The universe is a fucking joke.
I think this thing's deal isn't that it wants to destroy all life. It's that if someone wants to do it, they should have the opportunity to, because that is what it means to be free.
Well,
And
no,
free will.
the person that he gave the opportunity to, he's asking us to kill.
Because we are fated to do so, and it can't control it can't change what's fated to happen. If he just knows that we're supposed to fight him, and one of us is going to win or lose, and that's
The Devourer seeks the free flow of energy. You yourself firsthand experienced how well mortals deal with the free flow of energy, as evidenced by your lack of a face for the last several days.
I resent that. I had most of my face.
I had the first.
Not a very pretty one.
What we're really debating here is whether or not we're going to take these gifts that he hinted at to all of you.
I think we do whatever is necessary to stop Damadon. That is the immediate threat. But understand that I am coming back, and I will destroy this entity. I will burn down his fucking tree, and I will uproot every seed that we plant and scatter them to the fucking ends of the universe. For now, he is a tool. Use him as such.
I think Thanos would at that point touch one of the stones and say, "I accept your deal or your offer," and see what happens before anyone else can really react to see if I, explode.
Okay, so you're reaching to and just saying, "I accept the offer." Is what you're saying?
Yep, that's all I'm saying.
So, do that in exchange for eternal life and the planting of a seed. Restore the balance of the gift I provide. I will give you what it is that I conceive. You will gain the power slow time. For time has been lost to you. Have sacrificed much.
I will use this gift to defeat Damodar and those who have stolen that time from me before.
Vengeance!
Contagious.
Welcome
Let
to the
it
dark
be
side.
done, and allow you to gain the time for which you have lost back. These purple and pink catlight begin to sprout, tracing around your body, sizzling within the eyes, and slowly and surely, from that lightning, something begins to form in the palm of your hand. It's a large, spherical, frog-like egg. It is gooey.
Oh no.
Oh, I know where we're going.
And slight jiggly as it forms within the palm of your hand. It's pretty large in terms of its size. It's kind of filming the whole hands, right? Even two-handed. And it has the blackish kind of green tinge to it.
Suppose I shall get this where it belongs.
That's interesting.
Well, you didn't explode.
Did not explode. I suppose each of you can make your own choice. As Maldor said, it is a tool.
I would definitely look back and forth from Tegan to Maldor and Tegan to Maldor and Tegan to Maldor, and then I would shrug and put my hand on the Eye of Sauron.
Copyright. Second copyright strike tonight.
We're not quite there yet.
Lawyers need something better to do.
Do
So
they?
you touch this and you say,
I will do anything to achieve my vengeance.
you accept in exchange for eternal life and receive a gift.
Will this seed require the destruction of others in its planting?
I cannot tell you if it will or will not.
Has it in the past?
Yes. What needs to be balanced for your gift may lead to the destruction or the death of others.
Could that be what happened to my world?
It could. Steven's having conflicted interpersonal right now. He's like, oh God, I want the gift. I want the gift. My character really take the gift. I
That's a
can
good
see-
question,
I don't even need your camera on to see that one.
Vengeance at all costs, right?
You took an oath?
That is your oath.
Wait, literally can't back out now.
Clearly.
Very
Well,
well.
you can. You just have to become an oathbreaker.
Which would give you spirit guardians.
I give you the power of spirit.
Power of the spirit.
Oh my god. I thought Spirit Guardians was technically only Oath of the Crown, which is
I
really
think that might
Oh,
be
is it only
crown,
Oath of the
too.
Crown?
yeah,
Maybe I had
it's
the
really
wrong one.
weird. It
I
doesn't
just
make
thought
any
it was
sense.
funny.
I think Oathbreaker gets Spirit Shroud, which is
Oh,
similar.
is that the one I'm thinking of?
It's pretty
Spirit
good.
Shroud's the necrotic one, right?
Yeah.
It could be
Spirit
necrotic,
Guardian
radiant, or
can
cold.
technically be necrotic too.
Oh, so Luke, are you accepting?
Yes. Vengeance at all costs.
In exchange for eternal life and a seed planted. You will gain the ability to frighten the minds of your enemies. Terrified by your roar and your might.
Very well.
So be it. Is the lightning begins to trace around you, invigorating, and then clutched. Very small, the palm of your hand is half of an inch oaken acorn.
Cute. And then I eat it.
You put it in your mouth and eat it.
No.
When it is time, you will know. You will take a really good shit.
Just suddenly really hungry. It's like, yeah, it must be time.
Who's next?
Tegan, are you feeling grateful after your restoration?
I'm not gonna let you guys do something without me doing it. We've come this far together, so
Under pressure.
Tegan's gonna get the ability to multiple arrows.
Immunity to eating
Yes.
cannot be eaten.
I'll go ahead and reconnect and say, I will also accept your bond.
In exchange for eternal life and a seed that will be planted.
I just see him sipping coffee as he's like talking to Tegan right now.
Look,
I gift you the ability to make Dutch Bros whenever you wish.
this whole scene is called
Yeah.
The Architect from the Matrix.
You will gain the ability to inspire your friends beyond what mere mortals can do.
It's because he's so pretty now.
The light begins to trace around you. You are gifted a slightly large, it's like a foot and a half, horn. It's like a kind of a rhino kind of horn, right? As you're looking at this foot and a half horn, it becomes very apparent it's been broken off, like what the end of it. So it used to be larger. And so you can see like the cracks in the veins and the other things.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
Very well then. Maldor will touch the stone again. Do what you will so that we may be done with this bothersome destiny.
You have already been given a gift by Talon.
It's true.
It's this power that would claim you. In order to restore balance, you are to return to the construct of Talus. I can liberate this for you. And embody the gift that was provided. For Talus is only a small part of my power, but the fate has been pulled, and I cannot tamper with what has been done.
So in exchange for a seed, you would break the binding to Talus.
Yes.
And eternal life, like my friends.
Yes.
But you will.
In exchange for eternal life and a seed that will be planted. Your gift of control to the dead will extend to the living. Their minds will be yours, and you will be free to liberate them. It begins to pull around you and tracing around. Clutched in your hand is a hexagonal bronze plate with a swirl like a whirligig-like symbol at its center. The plate itself is about 3 inches in its length at its width and is raised by a few centimeters.
Maldor will walk over to Lucar and just quietly, when the time comes, we're going to kill this fucking thing.
I just grin very widely.
Org looks towards you all. Oh. You all are remarkable. Long time since I've seen anybody. How'd you all get down here?
It's destiny.
Destiny.
Destiny indeed.
You're my
I s-
density, Porg.
Well, I suppose you all are hungry. Can't be a rude host. Did you all commune with the old one?
For better or for worse.
It's one name for it.
That's good to hear. What has been told to you is for you alone. I have been gifted as such. It's my task to cure the well and the waters. Restore what once was before Damadar. I feel like I've been here a long time.
That would explain the mental faculties that we've seen on display today.
Because the body doesn't age, but the mind does.
Yes.
Oh. Well, you all want I can take you to my chamber.
I know Varys is excited.
Yes, to be taken to
Another gnome's
chamber of
bedroom.
gnome.
I'm glad somebody.
Oh, I can make you a nice meal. We talk. It's been a long time since I've talked to anybody.
Of course.
Very well, but first I must smoke.
What?
Puff, puff, pass.
Ah, is that halfling green?
Of course.
Wow. Well, yeah. Come hither. Grab my shoulders or my head, my staff. Just a hold. Come.
It's not the first time Varys has grabbed the gnome staff. He's not
Yeah,
even
but,
here. Poor guy can't
No,
defend
not
himself.
here. Can't defend himself. We're gonna probably retcon, right? A little bit for Peyton when he comes back.
Of I course. assume
he's
Yeah.
gonna have to.
We know the
Oh, yeah.
conversation.
We're gonna have a whole start like the next session here
Oh,
next
yeah.
week where we're just retconning. We're like that's a good solid chunk of the session.
I think we know the conversation that's going to be had, but
Can you free me from my daddy Orcivis?
I don't like the way you fix my eggs.
Can you be my daddy?
You're, this guy's the daddy of freedom, and Orcivis wants to enslave his soul. So I think they'll find some common ground.
True.
Yeah, I don't know if Maldor thinks too much of that as being a liberator. So fairly interesting. Some of their backstories interwoven into this and being how this entity is phrasing things, right? So
Am I the only
Um,
chaotic alignment in this group?
I think a good chunk of people are chaotically aligned
Yeah.
here. Yeah, chaotic is the way to go.
Yeah.
True
Embrace.
neutral
I don't
for
remember.
days.
Embrace
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably Thanos is probably closer to neutral than anything.
Yeah, you're true neutral Thanos as far as the. All right, so gathering around the staff, you're clutching, and yeah. Anybody else do anything before it takes you to wherever they're gonna take you?
No, while I'm grabbing onto his shoulder, I'm puffing on my halfling pipe.
So, as you grab onto the shoulder or the hat or the staff, you see this greenish sphere begin to envelop around. Then it's funneled with a slight bluish hue, and you are all teleported to a different space. Teleported in. You appear in a very interesting area here. No windows, obviously, but the same walls of the bronze and the black plated metal. So it gives some inclination that you are relevant to the tower still. There's a soft granite floor graved with a conjuration rune and a small bronze plate. Staircase descends roughly 6 feet in front into a living and kitchen chamber. A runner runs, the colorations of green. It seems to be old and weathered. A semi-arched wooden door exists on the opposite side, and there is a metal door in the corner of the top left. The fireplace burns with no wood or rock or combustion source. Instead, it just has a gentle blue flame that's kind of just rocking back and forth. There's a few shelves with a mixture of paintings and artwork that have kind of like different instructors and other students and things. And so someone kind of came by and then they were just like painting scenes of like observing through some of the lecture chambers, right? They just wanted to capture the moment. And that's kind of showcased here along the walls. Kitchen is very simple, has a stove. There's no real flue to the stove, so that's really interesting. In addition, it has an oven to it, so how does that ventilate out? There's a few shelf works and other things, and 2 larger ovens, and so it's well equipped. Obviously small, but it's nice. Borg just slowly walks behind the bar, slowly and surely, and then begins to pull out a few bowls, as well as a plate of clay and setting them down from underneath the bar counter, as well as pulling them from the shelves. Uncorking some of the potions here, begins to trickle a little bit of them into the bowls or the plates, and each one different than the other, and begins to move their hand over them, and then all of a sudden, food just. One of which is a stew, different seafood, the other is salad, mixed green, and then the plate has a large loaf of sourdough bread. Shuffling themselves underneath, they begin to pull out a bottle of liqueur. Seems to be some sort of cherry liqueur. They begin to pour it into small clay cups. There you are. To walk over to the shelves, pulling out other bowls and cups, as well as plates to eat with, setting them down, utensils. Many of them have dust on them, things, so they're kind of wiping them off as they're setting it down at the bar counter. Help yourselves if you wish. Yeah. Maldor, the ceiling height in this space is 9 feet. So you're having to like hunch down, move yourself through
suspected.
here.
Normal accommodations.
Mm-hmm. Don't be shy. Come eat. Where's this token?
Do you have any water by chance? I don't tend to partake in things that may mess with the mind.
Oh, it's yes. It's towards your cup. It's the hand casting some form of magic. Pushes it over. Water is clear now. Seems to look like water. Here you are. Oh no. Easy with the couch. It's rather old.
Knowledge. It's just Harry and the Hendersons. This shit right there. Just boom.
This man seems to be a world-class engineer. Perhaps we should ask him for some assistance with Maldor size problem.
Porrig begins to get themselves food, and they begin to come over to one of the other couches and sits down, begins to eat.
I'll kind of assist in bringing stuff over.
Ah, thank you, young lad. I appreciate it.
So obviously our communion with the Old One was very enlightening. All of us had received our gifts and our seeds, and I was wondering as we arrived what your gift and your seed was.
Oh. My gift was to be able to see the past, present, and the future. My seed that needed to be planted on Jinrula. Sister tower there to Felgum is where I brought many of the refugees from the attack from the Talthars, the age of the Great Purge. Brought them there. We built a tower to be able to teleport here and retrieve the texts and research that we had done. See, the island does not function at the same time as the mainland. Here, time is slow. Sometimes fast now. It has a way of pulling magic now. Suppose it's what has been done by Damodar. Oh, get strong. You'll need it.
Oh boy.
What'd you say?
Suppose-
Oh,
Go
no,
ahead.
never mind.
Borg, is there anything here that would help us with fighting Damodar? Any items that obviously there's not very many people here, so I guess my question is, are there any relics of the past that may be useful?
Are you telling me that you want to have magical items?
I mean, they do tend to make life easier,
Uh,
and this is a place of magical wealth.
well, most, if not all, is not here. The Tower of Jinrala. What would you need these items for? It's capable enough you got here anyways. You're quite strong. Look at this one. Massive son of a bitch.
True.
Well, that I suppose that's part of the question: is if there's a magical item that may shrink him, so he can accompany the rest of us in places that we may go. Or
Ringa, is this not normal for you to be this large?
Well, it's the new normal, apparently.
It was another gift recently bestowed upon him.
Ah,
An excellent gift. It just makes doors tricky. It's fine.
we see here. You don't mind? Let's look towards you. Saunters over, pulling some reagents after going into the bedchamber and coming back, leaving the door open, begins to use them, looks in your general direction. Ah. Oh, I see, yes. I could cure it if you want.
Well, no, I don't want it undone. It's it has its upsides.
Well, you know it's a curse, young man.
Is it?
Oh, yes, a curse indeed. I don't know if it's temporary or not. Magic is being waned in the islands. Could be the isle pulling it away from you, or perhaps it's just not. I don't know. Oh, I'm quite tired. It's been a day. You are. Get some rest if you need it. Sleep about yourself. Ah. Stops. Pulls up the pipe, begins to put stuff into it, lights it. The eyes begin to glow purple and pink, begin to spackle about. You see as they just stop, turning around to all of you. Who in the fuck all of you in here?
That is potent shit that he is smoking. Lucar, you should acquire some of that.
What are you doing in my bedchamber? In my headmaster's study?
You invited us in here.
No, I didn't.
Well, the
Last
other
time
you,
I spoke to all of you, I told you to get the fuck out of my tower.
Well, since we've last spoke, we spoke to the old one.
How did you get access into there? The Mark IV should have killed you.
I tried.
But they were
Survived
stopped.
the Mark IVs. They were stopped by who?
Well, by us surrendering. And then we said for them to bring us to you.
That stupid passives programming I've done. I should have removed it long ago. Instead of crushed you all to bits and pieces. I could have fed you into the trash compactor.
Is the trash compactor as impressive as the Mark IVs? If so, I would like to see it.
That's sarcasm.
From the inside.
I'll show you. I'll show you the bottom of that damn trash compactor.
He doesn't know the meaning of the word.
Where?
I'm not sure if you could spell it either.
Young man, when is the last time you've seen your therapist?
What?
You need a doctor.
You calling me young?
Of course.
Of course, what?
So, are you aware of your condition?
Aware of what condition?
You feel like you're losing time or like end up somewhere you weren't before?
You don't think I have control over my own mind?
No, I think you do right now.
You would, wouldn't you?
Am I wrong?
Double's over. You all haven't told me what you're doing here. How'd you get in here?
We were about to sleep. Why we not?
Sleep. Why would you sleep here?
Because we were
You
told to.
invited us to.
I didn't invite you.
So, again, back to the whole what the fuck you've got going on. You losing time or
Losing time. Time is a finicky thing. I don't lose time. I gain time. I see many things you or I didn't see, nor can I see. Chosen are we? Perhaps so. The old one would have good use of you. Spoken to the old one. Give you gifts?
Mm-hmm.
Took them?
Should we have?
But you have not?
That's what I asked you.
Why should I decide that? Cosmic entity of some random place, a creature without time.
Simply a matter of opinion.
Should I have an opinion on that? I don't think so. Should I have is my opinion greater than some cosmic entity that sees through time?
Apparently, you can see through time too.
I can, yes, it's one of my gifts.
You want to know how I know that?
No, I know how you know it.
Because you fucking told me like 3 minutes ago.
I didn't tell you nothing. Do you want to be a chicken?
He can see through time. He just cannot remember through time.
See and remember. You are idiots. All of you. Let's put the pipe in the mouth. Cackling around the eyes. Oh. Well. Good night then. Go have a good rest. Farewell. Shuts the door.
I actually have a fair amount of empathy for that poor gentleman.
There does seem to be a correlation between him smoking and him changing. Maybe he's not broken so much as
Really high?
and I don't high is not the word I would use to describe it, but much like the marshes and the way that the mind viper plays with the minds, it could be something very well from the marshes that he's smoking.
They've had a long, long, long life. Who knows how long? There's quite literally no way to tell. So I don't blame them at all for having some issues.
Imagine being trapped with another angry entity who likes to take over and talk shit. It's terrifying.
So, I have a question for you all. Since, we're always so honest with each other and forthcoming with our past. And what did you guys get?
Seeds.
Well, beyond the seeds, what was your gift?
Mine was complicated because I already received a gift from Talus, which is apparently a seed of the old one. So, best I gather, he made it stronger and took away the part where I am now required to go back to the tree. So I'm no longer bound to the tree. And supposedly I can command the living as well as the dead.
So could you make Tegan here hop on one foot?
Stop looking at me like that.
The last time that I commanded one of our party, I had to kill them afterwards. I prefer not to repeat that exercise.
That's fair.
They told me
cost?
that
Oh.
they told me I would be able to inspire others greater than any mortal. Which I don't know what that means, but everybody else went in and did it, so no point in backing out.
I mean, your pep talks are already quite good.
Appreciate that. I think my simple, outlook on everything kind of puts things into perspective. Really
Fair.
pushes us towards our goal.
I appreciate a clarity of focus, especially in battle. There's no need for theatrics.
You did bring us all together and helped us decide to come here, so
Yes, speaking of battle, he offered me the ability to strike fear in the hearts of our enemies.
mine was equally ambiguous. Sorry, big words are not my forte. I've been trying to learn from you all. I got the ability to slow time.
Varys
Tell
is
Varys.
so jealous.
Okay, but the thing is, is that sounds way cooler.
Yes, but I didn't feel any connection to time or how to use said ability.
You mean these
What if it
abilities
only
didn't
works
come with instruction manuals?
like while you're eating or something? So you're trying to
But
eat.
yes, I just can't eat anymore because I can't die and my body never dies.
Yeah, about that. I don't think I want to live forever.
Well, it did not say that you could not die, simply that you would not die of old age.
You don't age.
I suspect you will find a battle worthy of your death.
Ah, if only.
It may be when we kill the old one.
How do you kill a being that exists outside of time?
No, but I intend to find out.
I don't know. We have a time wizard here with us. Maybe he can find a way to remove us from time.
Let's be clear. It's not an entity. It is the opposite of an entity. It is the absence of an entity. It is nothingness personified.
Well, so that's what you guys mentioned is that it is a entity that is outside of time, but it is also not tied to a plane. Thus, it does not feel, as you said, more physical and much more of an idea that simply has a consciousness.
It seems as if this quote devourer entity or whatever is like a runaway pocket of power.
Yes, imagine if you dug a hole underneath your house. The house falls into the hole. The hole doesn't desire the destruction of your house. It just destroys by its nature.
But
And
is
as
it
you
his nature to destroy if he gave us gifts to stop said destruction?
well, these seeds somehow restore balance so that it doesn't consume us.
As
or we
it said,
consume
it is merely an observer. What happens as a result of it giving its power to someone isn't for it to control or desire to happen either way. It's for them to watch.
He specifically told me he desired for the gates of Celestia to be destroyed, which would give every deity and powerful being the ability to just simply walk along this plane and do as they wish. There would be nothing but destruction and chaos in the wake of that.
Maybe that is the point, is that the deities are not better than us.
Every deity I've encountered so far has been a right cunt, so
Maybe
I don't
that. Go ahead.
I don't know the specifics of the arcane to that extent. Varus could probably provide more insight, but the separation of the planes themselves, the whole reason that we held the gate, the reason that the gate existed was because that this plane could not survive constant exposure to all of those powers and presences. They would simply tear it apart. The reason that things like Kristoff have to operate on the behest of Bane is because Bane cannot get here. You take the gate away, Bane can simply walk here and do as he pleases.
So if the gates fell that day, why
No, they
are they
did
not
not.
here now?
The gate was not, it did not fall. It was under siege, but Helm told me himself that it still helped.
But the destruction of this plane does not necessarily mean the destruction of all life. It simply means that in its current form, which is what the dragons are doing anyway, shaping it, morphing it, changing it.
There are many places you can live and in many forms. I don't know that I want to exist as ethereal energy. I've breathed that. Regardless, what we have learned of most import is that the Old One wants the dragons dead. He also wants Damodar dead. On that we are aligned. But Damodar is afraid of the dragons. Which means our best move is to not kill another single dragon and get them all to work with us. enslave them, control them, whatever we must do. Use them to topple Damodar and refute the will of the Old One all in one single blow.
Here's the thing: is that Damodar controls them.
But now,
Obviously, we have the essence of the dragons, but as far as what Tresgall had said is that these dragons are nearly as powerful as him or their ancestors. So they don't have the power to resist Damodar.
well, even Tresgall did not have. He was only, from what he told us, able to resist it because of his undead nature through a deal with Magello.
Maybe that means that Damodar's gift was similar to what you got, except limited to living dragons instead of.
Possibly. I mean, Damodar possessed the stones as well. Once he
Which
was
could have
done,
empowered that.
yeah. Once he was done, he tried to destroy them. I do wonder how he came. I wonder if the stones were part of his gift, if that's how he came to possess them in the first place. Perhaps we should have Varys ask that question when he goes back to have his talk later.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think he had a stroke or something, but he's not moving.
He's a bit overwhelmed. It's a lot of information.
I mentioned the ability to slow down time, and he didn't say a word.
Yeah.
It was-
He's never speaking to you again.
That's fine. We are at odds on most things, so I suppose time is just yet another thing.
Your outlook on time is simply horrible.
Speaking of time, Maldor may not be the strangest one here. Apparently, this is not even my world.
Yeah, I'm just not going to
World.
process that
It's
because I
been-
can't.
I have had so many existential crises these last few months.
Dude,
Sorry, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I've been rolling with the Dragonborn psychopath that lived in the mountains. I'm not willing to add extraplanar traveler to that list. So
Yeah.
I'm going to pretend like I don't
take
know
offense
that.
to that.
But he's
What-
already but Lucar's already an extraplanar traveler because Lucar and the clan came from a different plane too.
From somewhere else already. to that
Beginning,
world.
yeah.
And then now is it time travel?
Yeah,
Yeah.
time travel.
I
It seems.
don't-
That's what. Yeah. No, you thought me being from space was bad, but no, he's from the future or something.
No,
So-
a future, a different timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Different
So
multiverse.
he didn't.
I
He's
guess.
not
Yeah,
a time
it's a
travel.
multi-
He's
not a
from
time
different-
traveler.
Yeah.
He's a multiverse
Hmm.
traveler. What's the word for that?
You're
I don't
doppelganger.
know. Doppelganger.
Multiversal.
He's a variant.
I'm a multiversal
Variant.
cowboy.
He's a
Yeah, he's a variant.
I isolate him. Where's Owen Wilson when you need him?
Right. Wow.
Listen,
Wow.
my whole deal with like not remembering, I'm cool with, because like I don't have to deal with my shit. So why the fuck would I want to deal with your shit?
Perhaps you not
No.
remembering gives
You don't
the
have a
space to
choice.
deal
It is
with that
now
shit.
your divine duty to inspire me.
That's fair. I don't know if
I
it's
mean-
divine in fairness.
Listen, it's not that I don't care about your shit. It's just I can't think about your shit because it will.
Because you just now got the.
You know
other
the
half of your
saying,
brain back.
"Fake it till you make it."
Mm.
I'm faking it right now, and I don't. I can't stop, or else I'm going to crumble.
I've heard
He's
that.
gonna
Believe
end
it
up a
or
lot
not.
like Porrig.
Faking it right now, and I can't stop.
Believe it or not, I empathize. Everything I know is a lie, and I've just made a deal with my mortal sworn enemy.
And your token is 4 times too large.
I think it's fine.
I can never ride a roller coaster again.
What do you mean? He is the roller coaster. Just ride his shoulders.
But apparently I was cursed, although as far as curses go, this one doesn't seem so bad.
That See,
Rather like
curse in my mind is you're given something, but later on you pay for it. But you already paid for it.
I mean, not being able to fit in the door is a problem, but it's not like it doesn't have its advantages.
Yeah, but you gave up. Was it the toe? Did you do the toe?
Yeah, I chopped off.
Multiple people did toes, and only one
Yeah, it was
person
a-
got something. So
I was smart enough to be first. I'm a trendsetter.
Maldor's, add hipster to Maldor's title.
In my defense, I didn't know any better. I just could have followed Maldor.
He was Murder Space Hobo at first, but now he might be Murder Space Hipster.
He's got enough daddy issues, though that could be.
Because technically,
All the daddy
technically he
issues.
has a home with the pocket cottage, so he's not a hobo anymore.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's my pocket.
He's just couch.
Space hobo couch server. All right. Well, another crazy day in the life of the ill-fated. So I'm gonna go ahead and crash. Hopefully, we can figure out. It depends on which fucking gnome we're talking to. Which, like, you'd think with how smart he assumably is, being the headmaster of a wizarding school, and his further gifts, would understand his condition. Because option A, he's fucking batshit crazy. Option B, it's some magical bullshit. Option C, he's just gaslighting the fuck out of all of us.
I don't think that those options are necessarily mutually exclusive either. He's been alone for a very long time.
Maybe we should offer to leave Varys here with him. Varys may be happy.
I
Can you
think he's a
imagine
little
all the
old
magic
for
that he
Varys.
could learn? Like that, that might be a deal.
Varys
you
might
wanna
not
offer.
survive. Wake up next to the gnome after he's
Who the fuck
invited,
are
and
you?
the next thing you know,
Just get stabbed.
evaporated out of existence.
He does seem to have a soft spot for gnomes.
A really soft spot. All right, I'm going to bed.
It's the opposite of inspiration.
No, it's not. It's not necessarily bedtime, but you all are significantly tired from not only the ordeal of the labyrinth, but just flying, because you were on essentially a journey in a dragon's mouth for a significant time, right?
I'm sure we smell great.
So yeah, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, now R&R, right? Get some rest and relaxation. So there's not like a threat here. We also have all this information to digest, and so you're just processing that. And so really what it's going to come down to is we're going to get a long rest in here. I'm going to advance the time just to put it into where Porig is going to wake up. So you're going to get an error. I'll take your long rest
10
here.
a.m.
But it's like the next day. Like it was midday previously, and now it's like the next day in the morning. And so you all have been awake for some time here, and you're able to do crafts or maybe do some downtime activities, right? And these other things. In addition to that, the food is still there on the bar counter. There's also other snacks and supplies that are not necessarily potion-wide you're able to get and throw in. But I'm just going to give you some time here if there's things that you want to do, basically, before Porig wakes up. So.
I think Thanos would try to be as discreet as possible, but obviously not very discreet, since there's not a lot of places to hide. And he would just be kind of like running around the room trying to activate his gift. Like once in a while, he'd just like he'd think really hard, and then he'd like sprint across the room, and then he
Thanos
would get to
got
the
the
other side and be
zoomies?
like, "This didn't work," and then he'd try something else.
It's got
The
the
little
zoomies.
kid at the
I like
birthday
it.
party with the cape on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so you're doing this for nearly an hour, and then you begin to kind of let go of your mind a little bit, trying a different approach of being like less like stern and stoic and pressing it, instead now just like letting go and relieving your mind from your body in a way. As that happens, you begin to sprout with purple and pink lightning around you, and for everyone else that's been watching you getting the zoomies. you begin to move twice as fast to them, and to you, they move twice as slow.
Oh, wow.
Feels as translation to mechanics that you perhaps can activate the gift and get an extra turn in one round.
Interesting.
After you've done this, you feel tired and exhausted. Or exhaustion level 1.
A
Interesting.
card load before you. do
Bruh got inherent single turn haste.
that. It's more like an action surge on crack if it's a whole turn.
Yeah, it's a
That's-
whole turn.
Mhm.
So it's an extra action, it's an extra movement, it's an extra free, it's an extra bonus.
Which
So
is
it's
really
actually-
good for a Gloomstalker.
It's pretty powerful. So you're feeling the wares and the effects of that as the lightning begins to recede. And it's pulling upon the energy of yourself to activate this. And so just by doing this and taking the threshold, you then kind of fall prey to the exhaustion, which is what the effect is there.
Okay.
Should have done that before you went to bed.
What the fuck was that?
Ow. He's just gonna like roll his arms and like stretch a little bit.
You got to stretch
Yeah.
first. So always warm up.
That was a very short burst, but that's going to come in handy.
All right. This is weird when we're not in a fight. But I'll kind of just look at Thanos and I'll say, I'm sure next time you'll be ready. And I'll try to inspire him and see if anything's different.
You're looking at Varys doing that?
Or Thanos, I mean.
You're looking at Thanos and saying you're inspired. Okay. Use your bardic inspiration. So as you inspire the individual, your purple and pink cacklite begins to sprout around you, and as your inspiration begins to strike in the direction of Thanos, Thanos kind of sizzles a little bit with the purple and pink lightning. As that happens, Thanos, you fall under the condition of bless.
Damn.
And your exhaustion level is removed.
Damn.
What?
Restoring condition as well as applying a bless. Now the bless, Thanos, as you now use your inspiration, right? On the
Mhm.
expiration of the bardic inspiration, the bless is removed. And the exhaustion level is back.
Return into temporary status. Okay.
Temporary status. Seems as though you remove one condition placed temporarily and applying bless. Having
And so if they choose not to expend the bardic inspiration, they continue under the condition of blessed and removing that condition.
10 minutes. Yep. Your bardic inspiration is 10 minutes.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Wow.
That's insane. Well, how do you feel?
I felt really, really good, and now I'm really, really tired.
That's how they get you hooked. They give you a bump, and then you want more.
Should I just make Thanos a drug addict?
You made him a compliment addict.
If you could not do that again, that would be fantastic.
I don't like happiness. You two, I don't know if right now is the best time to test your gifts, considering It's only us in here, but
You don't want to be afraid and made to do things against your will.
oh no, it's not my favorite.
That seems fair.
Lucar and I could always spar and see if we can activate Lucar's gift.
Or it's going to wake up to just everybody murdering each other.
He's like, how the fuck you get here? Why are you killing each other?
Or maybe Maldor and Lucar. That might be a little bit more even. But
And we would definitely smash his living room in that case.
oh yeah, I guess you can't even swing your axe, can you? In here?
Can't even stand up straight in here.
Yeah, you can't even stand straight up right now.
That poor couch. The fact that you literally have to sit in the same position on the couch the entire night is horrible. It'd be such an ick for me in real life, just having to sit in the same position for 8 hours.
No, what do you mean? He could definitely lay down on the floor and use the couch as a pillow.
Just like sprawl,
Yeah.
full starfish. Just Oh man. Well, I am definitely happy with my gift. We'll see what happens when I plant my seed, if I continue that opinion or not. But
Well, we don't know if any of this is going to last after the entity's destroyed either. So, that's that. Apologies in advance. Don't get too attached.
Don't get attached to the power. Oh. You were the chosen ones! You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. You see, Tegan, you underestimate my power. We had a plan, Tegan!
you gave me the power to inspire my friends. Too bad their ambition was to destroy you.
So, as the time transpires and practicing potentially with your gift here, obviously now that Lucar not doing as such, you eventually can hear the sounds of the creaking bed moving from the bedroom. Obviously, it's really quiet. All you have is the fireplace still cracking, right? And then eventually the door swings open and they shut as the gnome is adjusting their wrapping on the head and other fixtures of themselves. Using the quarterstaff as a walking stick, they begin to come over behind the counter, pouring themselves and making food for breakfast. As they do that, they just look up towards all of you. Oh! I dreamt that you all were here. Oh, it's true. You're here. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've spoken to anyone.
Speaking of speaking,
Would you all like some breakfast?
yes.
Please.
And while you conjure breakfast, can we talk about?
Oh, I'm not conjuring. I'll make you all fresh waffles, eh?
Oh. Regardless.
I have this fancy device. It's helps me make waffles. These little cube spaces in here. I put a batter and I close it. And Steve cooks
It's the height of gnomish engineering.
That's a delicacy for gnomes, these waffles.
Thanos, isn't there something you wanted to ask him about his, zap?
You mean his robots?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if this is the one to ask. So, I happen to be quite fascinated by learning things about this world. Still kind of new to it.
Oh,
However-
you don't look very. Good. Turns around after making some waffles. I mean, you look old.
I don't really have an answer to that question. That's part of my predicament.
All right,
But
then.
those things in the labyrinth, how did you guys make them?
The things in the labyrinth. It's a lot of things. Gotta be more specific, young lad.
I think the other you referred to them as the Mark IVs.
Mark IVs, yes, the golems constructs. You want
So
to
they're
know?
what powers them? How do you? If a budding intellectual was to try to create one himself, what would be the first thing he needed?
Well, I can tell you, you'll need a power source. We use these orbs. They were filled with the Isle's waters, similar to the crystals that we have to operate many methods. Place those in the heart of the construct. Mechanically, it's quite complicated. Feed off the power and move. The struggle is how do you replenish that source of power? The golems, they use the water and the water of the Isle and the entity that touched it. Fortunately, that power has waned, so really, many of them, their days are numbered.
Hmm.
The coolant helps keep them well polished, sustain any sorts of time weathering and things, and well, that's about it. I mean, not much else. I have some blueprints laying around. I suppose you already struck one yourself, but you don't really look like the tinkering type. I don't stereotype or discriminate. Seems you have tinkerer's tools.
I don't offhand, but
There's a hammer.
when fascination strikes, I can often draw on the experience of others to find commonalities in what I know and what I don't know.
What does that mean?
Um,
Is that a fancy word for saying you use people to do what you want them to do?
no, it's a fancy word for saying that I use the memories of others to find ways to do the work.
So you steal the hard work that others have done, and you use it for your own purpose.
Yes, I presume most of them are dead, but I guess I've never really figured that part out.
So you assume that the people that you are taking memories from are dead.
Yes, I believe it's a link.
Well, if they're dead, then how do they have memories?
Well, I believe that's part of the Mind Viper, but
The mind viper.
I haven't really figured out how all that works yet.
Yes, the mind viper. Your friend a little crazy. Look,
Yes.
that's expected. I
This
cannot
is
freely
as-
give the blueprints to the Mark IVs to you. You are not a skilled engineer nor of any relevant fellowship. I do not mean to cause you any strife, but it is very complicated, and honestly, that construct out in the world would not be good at this point. Just mean more problems for us magic users.
That's fair. What about the little triangle alarm bots?
Oh, the sentry droids.
Yeah, can I get the blueprints to that?
Oh,
They're so
blueprint
cute.
for anything. The property of Velgum. But I'm the headmaster, damn you. You should know. The last time that us Velgum put our nose into the business of the mainland, we had Talthars walking onto our shores and smiting us.
Hmm. Yes, we saw the bodies.
Give you property of Velgum and transport it out to the free world and start making these things, and have the Talthars all come right on back here. Know where it came from.
Speaking of, why did the Talthar leave so many of their dead behind after your altercation?
Oh, no, they didn't. That's my doing.
What do you mean?
Oh, I made them.
You made the skeletons
Yes.
just for decorative purposes.
Oh, yes, to scare any intruders.
I see.
That explains so much.
You know how
Indeed,
scary it is to come to a spooky island and see this ruined place and this giant tower that looks so strange, and then all of a sudden there's bodies? You don't want any part of that.
I was more disturbed that the Talthars had such disrespect for the dead than anything else.
Yes, well. No, they took their dead. Not many of them perished. Those that did, they were able to heal them and probably resurrect the sun god.
Of course.
The weapons, some of them they did. They not bring it. I scattered some. No purpose with swords or shields or armor.
To keep anything good.
No. I told you I have no purpose for it. Just
Well, you
left
just
it out
tossed it
there.
around.
Oh, yes. Added to the decoration.
Mm. It made it more convincing, that's for certain.
I like it. Appreciate it.
Why do you have no students?
Wow.
Oh,
Just wow.
over 200 years ago, there was a king, the Talthars, King of Bern, that said, hey, we want to put an end to the reckoning. The underbelly of Beelder is where these mages, they expected them to be gathering, but the reckoning is a movement. It's not really a people. They are just all realms from different schools and places of the world coming together against the might of those that would persecute. Yes, I'm sure the reckoning had some ties with patrons and things in the earlier days. Of course, it's sometimes the nature of the business. Those who do not have the mental capacity to learn as a wizard, and they are not born with it. What's better than that? To just get it gifted to you. Get work done. One of the things that I respect from the old ones, exchange of these gifts, they require something. Generally, it's put to a task. But even then, us Felgen, we never accepted it. I only accepted it to cure the Isle's water, store what once was, and maybe make this tower something at some point. No one at Felgen partook of the gifts. We really were interested in the power this entity had, the island, as well as the amorphous figures that our ancestors once found here, roaming, just being guardians. Our research was on the waters, magic it contained, and of course, putting it to like the golems and other devices,
These creatures, they
all
had,
of which are useless now.
they had many appendages, sort of constructed of this purplish lightning.
Ah, yes, they were purple and pink lightning, and they had large kind of forearms and arms, very much walking in a quadrupedal frame, but they could stand bipedal at times, move their faces and different things to mimicry what we presented. Ancestors.
Yes, I have
Uh,
killed
back
legions
to
of
the
them.
what?
I slayed legions of them. They can be formidable in great numbers.
Why would you kill them? They were quite peaceful.
Not the ones here. I suspect
Oh.
the same creatures, but last I saw them, they were laying siege to the gates of Precipice.
It's a- Where are you from?
Many places, but most recently the Astral Sea. I was charged by Helm to protect the gates against incursion.
Celestial. That's interesting. How did you make your way down here, this place?
I was cast down in battle with those said entities. I crashed through the gates and landed here. Machination of
remarkable.
the Old One, I assume.
It's very odd. Playing Fate. It's something like it. Perhaps it's some purpose.
Hmm.
Anyways, back to the age of the great bird. I went off on a tangent there. I got lost. It happened a long time since I've talked with you. The Taltars were worried. They feared what we had created on the island and the library that we used on Elathon as a place to gather the like-minded individuals that wanted to blossom themselves. They were fearful that we would make refuge, they reckon. People that would dare put a threat to the Talthars of their throne. So, they told to disband the tower, disband what we had created. And of course, as headmaster at the time, I stated that we could not do that. And we would not make refuge of those that would use magic for hate, evil. Even though I was sure that the reckoning was not of that. So, I consulted my divination as I had done for what message this would receive to the Talthars, and it was met with retribution. The Talthars were indeed still heading here, and they would soon likely land on the shores to destroy our community now. I connected with many students and the professors, and I spoke to them and I told them this prophecy, what I was foretold. Many fled, others stayed and fought. Those that stayed and fought, we retreated. We made way to Jinrala, the community that we formed, built a sister tower to begin salvaging materials from this place, in hopes to, again, continue our studies and our research, or perhaps move on to other things. Who knows? We reached once at a point to broaden our strokes. But the marshes of the Veiling that were dormant and provided us seclusion and, honestly, protection from anyone that would do us harm, being on the north side of the bay and hidden in slight fog, as well as having the impenetrable mountain sea cliffs around us. I was not there, but I was here. And Jinrala was attacked by undead. I went back to Jinrala. It was not the same.
You said that you could teleport back and forth.
I can. It is a finicky thing. Time is different. There is a difference of 7 to 1.
From here to there.
You are on the island in the mainland. 7 days here. 1 day there. Time is, or the reverse, I should say. Time is slower here. I think that's accurate.
So we've been going for almost a week already.
You have more time here than you do there. So 7 changes in. Let's see.
Yeah, if time is slower on the island, then if we've been here a day, it's been a seventh of a day outside the island.
So it's 7 days. On the mainland. 1 day here.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's been almost a week.
Does change, but it's infrequent. And right now you're in that cycle of normalcy.
Hmm.
If there was normalcy. When the time is different in the intervals, I could not take you to Jindala. But I can take you there now. And would you wish?
Well, if we manage to find a cure for Varus's malady, that might be a handy way to get back into the marshes quickly.
What is wrong with them?
His soul is bound to Orcivis.
Hmm.
He was forced to leave the marshes and stop interfering in exchange for his life, essentially.
I see. Perhaps that is something the old one can help with when Peyton gets back.
That was the hope. And he is
Yeah, he's
Regular
stroking
his
out on the
death.
couch pretty hard right now. I don't know what's going on.
Well, peach waffles here. I have some blackberry compote I can put on them.
Hell yeah.
Nice whipped cream here. Some mint.
You've seen this island. Don't ask where he gets the cream from.
It's vegan.
Ferris will still eat it.
Is there anything else on the island that we can explore while we, wait for the old one to talk to our friend?
Well, the island is vacant of anything. The community that was around has been destroyed and ruined. I also ensured further destruction so it would fit the status quo of being ruined. We had a large dock which was in the bay. It's been destroyed, and the Talathars arrived and left. They wanted to make sure no large ship could make dock or port here on the island. We had another dock on the north side. It's been destroyed, ruined as well. There's nothing else. I alone. I have made way a number of times and collected herbs and plants. Did my research. That was when
Obvious-
I actually saw Damodar using what they did to the dragons.
Oh, you saw that.
Oh yeah.
What specifically did he do?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but ritual. Something that involved the power of the island. And I didn't know at the time, but learned more from the old one was these stones had some connection to the dragon. What I witnessed while I was out on the grounds, Pilgrim, I knelt by a lad or water swaddle. I heard the roar of the dragon. As I hid, I observed from afar. I saw Ithrin, spawn of Javarig, Romina, spawn of Cresima, Belzar, spawn of Rauzar, Oren, spawn of Askuk, and Erithun, spawn of Berith. There was another young black dragon. They had a shroud of necromantic energy around them. The others called it Grugash. A silver-haired pale human with yellowish gold eyes. They had a beautiful gold-red Archmage room. They were riding Erithun. I soon learned later that they are Damodar. A purple and pink cackling lightning emerged around them. Smog of black. Great magic there, great power wielded. Orad and Belzar were reluctant to be there. Damodar used their magic to control them, in addition to holding out 2 objects, 2 of the stones. It's long been speculated that dragons emerged from a single ancestor. These indeed were the essence of dragons. The only thing powerful enough to command them, I'd imagine. But even then, during the elemental insurgence, the prime elementals lost control as the dragons grew. Damodar truly is power. Anyways, Damodar went into Felgrim, billowing outwards with sparks and similar lightning. Tower was engorged by the magic. Bright flashes emerge, splitting and striking to each dragon. I was blinded. My ears rung. Could not see, but what I could make out was that Belzar was being held down. And after the strike, Erithun released them. Damodar walked out of the tower as the magic retracted. They mounted Erithun and left. Orad looked upon Belzar with shame and sorrow. Apologized before flying off. Belzar remained and cried for a time. I thought about approaching at this point, but I didn't trust her after seeing the control Damodar seemed to possess. Soon enough, the silver dragon left. I rushed back to Belzar to see what damage had been done. Any enchantment of power was left, I could study it to understand. But the Isle's waters were black and lifeless. They were a lack of power entirely. I reached out to the Old One, receiving fragments and images. Much of the magic was drained. It's only been in the most recent years that the fleetingness of the Old One has strengthened. I pleaded what I could do to help restore. In exchange for preserving my life to accomplish such a task, I was given the gift of foresight and relishing in the past, to perhaps find a solution. Every time that I would see Damodar, past of Damodar, future of Damodar, there was nothing. As if they were immune. Little wakes of what they left behind, but almost as if they didn't exist. Same thing with this site happened when I tried to look at all of you. Your path. How peculiar.
So apparently we're pot god.
To this
So-
point, that we are going to take a break.
He sounds like he needs a break, to be honest.
He does. He needs another nap.
We're going to go ahead and take a
That's great.
10-minute break. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back about 1:38, 1:40-ish p.m. PST. Hopefully you join us for the second half of our session. We'll see you in a bit. So, bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for rejoining us, Still Fade, for the second half of their session as we get into this. Giving you all a chance, I suppose, during the break to maybe formulate some more questions or things. Or even just where you go from here, right? Of like, where do we leave? Do we leave this place? Do we stay here? These are all things. So, one of the concepts that Poreg kind of just dropped all of you was that time functions differently. The interval of time that you're currently in states that for 1 day here, 7 days have passed on the mainland. That actually a significant amount of time has transpired since you all had went to Girder, Sealth Rock, Golden Gates, gone on to all that stuff. It's been a number of days. So Poreg has just communicated a story of observation. They had seen and witnessed what Damodar actually had done to the dragon. They were here at the time. And from that, they made some conclusions between then and now, where they believe the essence of dragons were at play, that Damodar had some overwhelming magical power, right, that even rivaled prime elementals or surpassed that period, called elemental insurgents. And so they're just as interested and invested in figuring out what has happened. And that has took them to taking a gift so that they can attempt to, right, see more about it. But in that is a fault, for they are trying to use their gift to see Damodar and what has happened. And strangely enough, or maybe coincidentally, they cannot see Damodar, just as they cannot see you. That's where we're going to go ahead and start. Oreg is currently eating a waffle, blackberry compote, vegan cream, and a fresh little sprig of mint. Plating them up as well at this point, handing to each of you and just slowly eating them before our counter.
So, Porrig, tell us about your friend Magello.
My friend Magello?
Just assume all magic users know each other.
I don't know of
yes.
Magello.
How do you not?
I
Because
suppose
Magello
to know
probably
Magello.
wasn't even born during when this guy was alive.
Magello's one of the ones who like crafted the Bane of Barathun, right?
Wouldn't that make him millennial?
How old?
A Magello crafted
He's
the Bane of
around.
Barathun, but it may not be the Magello.
Or the Magello went back in
I
time.
know of a Wizard of Old Magello. Not seem remotely important to knowing some Magello now. That's the way he would work.
Oh, so maybe we've been looking at Magello wrong then.
Actually, that does bring up a. Or what do you need to know of somebody to be able to see their past, present, or future?
Oh wow, my camera. Way too bright. Ah, I'm getting like the shadow on my window. That's fine. I just need to know who they are, and then I can go.
So if we asked you to look at somebody named Magello that was, what is he now? The magistrate to the king is what Lord Talthar told us. You would be able to look in and see kind of his past, present, and future.
I suppose I can attempt to do that, yes? What's the purpose? Magistrate.
It's
A magistrate? Yellow could be accommodated.
I think that's what my colleague here is trying to get to. Is if it's a common name or if this is indeed the person that he thinks crafted his sword.
Lived that long, it stayed alive. You'd have to get a gift from the old one, or perhaps you have to method of clothing, some necromantic power there. It's not improbable, possibly. I can do it. Can I finish my waffle?
Go for it.
Oh, thank you. You're just literally waiting for Port to finish waffle. No one's doing anything else?
I'm also eating a waffle.
Okay. Waffle's been finished. You see as Borg reaches in and grabs the pipe. It is. Be a moment. Jello. Opens the eyes. Rumpingle cackles outwards and looks at all of you. What are you doing here?
I knew that was coming.
This
Do
is
you
so
like
fun.
food now? My waffles? Rude guests you all are. Nobody has anything to say.
I don't like the rude, angry version of you. Smoke your pipe some more.
I will not smoke this pipe unless I must smoke this pipe.
So do you only smoke your pipe when you feel a yearning to smoke your pipe?
No, I smoke this pipe if I'm wanting to see into the past, present, or future.
Which one are you seeing currently?
Headmaster Magello. Magistrate of some kind. One of the tall tower. Old human.
This
How
must be
old?
the
Pretty fucking old. I would dare say at least 80, 90. Maybe more. Humans don't usually live that long, but it's not impossible.
But is he thousands of years old?
Hello. Was a wizard of old? This does not look like that one. Maybe it is. Past would defer.
Has he ever traveled through time?
What? Good questions. Travel through time?
Yes.
You think this one travels through time?
Yes.
Hmm. Let's see here. Losing the vision. One moment. Needs to pack the pipe. Oh. There you have it, young lad. Magistrate Magello.
Why does your personality change every time you smoke that pipe?
What? It does? What do you mean?
Yeah, and the other version of you is not nice.
Oh. Very peculiar personality. Interesting. I'm awfully tired now. A lot out of me. Any more questions you all have for me before I jump back down?
Do you mind if we wander around the tower?
Oh, no, you can wander around the tower if you'd like. You need to press the plate over there. It'll take you down below. Oh, it's very tired. I'm going to go take a nap. You are. Make more waffles if you want. The batter's still there. Opens the door, walks through.
We probably should have asked him if there was a secret to not being bludgeoned by the machines.
Well, they don't have memory loss issues. Only he does.
Presumably. Here's the real question that I don't think anyone in this tower is going to answer for us objectively. The Talthars are clearly bastards. The old one is, depending on your point of view, kind of a bastard. Damodar is opposing them both. I don't approve of his methods. I would like him to stop doing many of the things that he is doing. I would like to stop him. But is he really the bad guy in this situation?
One who enslaves others against their wills deserves to die. That's
I don't disagree. Although,
What happens when Maldor enslaves another against their will?
exactly. Some of the things that he has enslaved should not have been. Some of them were just mindless beasts that kill things. I don't care so much for their freedom. I suspect there's no way out of this where he doesn't die, but it does make me continue to wonder what it is he's actually after. Because if it was simply annihilating this plane of existence, I don't think the old one would want to stop him.
I'm not sure. He hasn't been exactly forthcoming for his motivations, just what his goals are. And even then, it's been quite under wraps.
I was tempted to call him and ask him after finding out who and what the old one really is.
I was going to say we could go outside and kiss the coin.
I mean, at this point, all of his enemies are aligned against him and are giving us all the information we want. He's the only one who remains tight-lipped. It seemed in his best interest to speak his piece.
Or forever hold it.
We're gonna get TPK before Peyton gets back.
Hey, man! You know, we missed you. Have fun rolling your new character.
By the way, we're all starting over on the boat again.
Like a Skyrim opening. Hey, wake up!
We're all riding in the cart on the way to be executed. Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
are
it's
you
cool.
from?
Nice to meet you. We're all gonna die.
I'm not
don't
against
think so.
asking him questions at all.
Just, it seems of late we are in the business of making deals with our enemies to slay our other enemies. And I wonder which one it behooves us to stop first.
So we're all under the impression that Damodar was chosen as well for
Yes.
one goal and another. I remember him alluding to something about how being chosen isn't all it's cracked up to be, and that we had no idea what being chosen meant. I think this is what he was speaking of.
It seems like it means you're just a plaything for those that would tamper with fate, destiny. Not particularly a fan either.
No.
Well, the longer you guys think about it, the more you're going to talk yourselves out of it. So
Out of what?
Well, I don't know that Porig deserves anyone's wrath, and I feel like if we call him here, he might kill poor Porig.
well, that's why I said outside.
Well, I don't know that outside is any better.
I don't know about talking to Damodar right now when we just got told a bunch of shit before we even had time to process and or figure out further information is a good idea.
Yeah, no, I just want to establish the idea that the pieces that we are missing are now his, and it may behoove everyone, including him, to avail us of that information at some point. He may actually be an ally of sorts. Not that I don't still wish to stop him and probably destroy him.
If Damodar is not the enemy, though, who is? Or what is?
At this point, everyone. I'm of a mind that the Talthars need to be stopped, the Old One needs to be stopped, Damodar needs to be stopped. And at this point, Orsivus needs to be stopped. It seems like what is to stop us from just becoming Damodar? Or whatever the next thing that needs to be stopped is.
Nothing. Which, Damodar might have had this same conversation internally. I don't know if he was part of a group like ours, but he might have had the same conversation, and a different outcome obviously made him do what he's doing. It's not.
That's my point. Depending on what he's actually doing, I don't want to help him do the things that he's obviously doing. But if his end goal is to stop the Old One, to destroy it, or something along those lines, perhaps there's a way we could help.
But if all those innocent lives are a means to the end, you're willing to do that?
Well, no, that's my point. I also want to stop him from doing that. But if there's a way we can leverage him, two birds with one stone, we either have to help him destroy the Old One, or we have to help the Old One destroy him. But they both need to be stopped. So it's really just an order of operations kind of problem.
I'm not good at math.
Talking math, and where I came from, we didn't do all that. We shot things.
Again, guys, stop making shit more complicated. Just shoot them.
At any rate, the only thing we know we need to do is track down these stones. I think we
Yes.
should just continue
I think
down that path until the time.
Damodar's afraid of the dragons. The Old One wants the dragons dead. I say that we find a way to ally or control them, depending on their demeanor. Some of them, I think, might make allies. Some of them would have to be pets.
Well,
But I think killing them might actually be doing the will of both Damodar and the Old One. In a way.
Our blue dragon friend didn't seem very upset that Tegan is the bearer of the blue stone. The others, however, did not seem so happy about it.
Well, he also seemed to, because of various dealings, sort of immune to the control that it would otherwise have.
He's definitely more powerful than the others. Plus, the fact that he's undead might also contribute to the fact that that power no longer exists.
Right, yeah, I mean, he specifically was made such so that he could not be controlled by it.
I mean, as far as what to do next, I don't think being rash and just immediately calling Damodar is a good idea. But
We called
think-
him for less.
That's true. If it turns out the old one can solve Varus's problem, then I think a quick entry back into the swamp to finish what we started is a good move.
Before we do that, though, we should find some arrows, crossbow bolts.
Porek might be able to help with that. I just wonder if slaying Grugash is the answer versus bending him to our will.
But Grugash doesn't just serve Damodar.
Right. He has two masters. I suggest we give him a new one. Remove both of the old ones.
Because
Fine.
we know that Orsavis is a big player, not as big as the players we had just met, but if we could somehow sway him and or get him out of the picture.
I think we kill him. I think it would be poetic for Varus to ride Grugash to the slaying of Orsavis.
How do you propose we slay a god?
Well,
Carefully.
without God. I don't think he's truly a god. I think he's playing at being a god. He's a pretender.
He's more of a ruler than a god.
He's powerful, no doubt. A god? No.
Didn't he, from a remote distance, manage to take possession of Varus' soul?
Well, through an intermediary that we killed.
And do you want to go fight him?
Seems prudent.
I wouldn't mind shooting him.
At the very least, we could close off the portal that gives him access to this world and then get rid of his problem altogether.
Yeah, let him rot in his own plane.
Sure.
The only problem to that is I have no idea how to close that portal.
Well, we know it has something to do with those towers. We just had to leave before we got to examine them very closely.
Stupid bat. Why is it always bats? What is it with this guy?
To that regard, I have some new tricks for things like that. I'm quite looking forward to playing with.
Plus, that one guardian thing that was in the tower didn't like you very much either.
Well, that's what
That
he
was
talking
another
about. Yeah, well, it had wings. It wasn't quite bat. It was bat-like.
I didn't get to look at it. I was on the ground the entire fucking time.
We almost lost you. Like, we almost didn't get you out.
Yeah, I have that thing was frustrating because it was too far away to hit.
We are much stronger now.
Well, I specifically have been thinking on how to deal with that problem in particular because it irks me.
Yeah.
I like how you all are just waiting at this point for Peyton would show up.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of can't really. We can't
Yeah.
leave until Peyton.
This is fantastic. Because like from
But-
here, it's basically just leaving, right? So you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we just kind of have to like wait around for Peyton to. I mean, they said 10 minutes. That's what they responded with.
Oh, was he on the server? I didn't even see that. I was
Yeah,
just saying
he
was
put
getting on.
157. So actually, it's been more than 10 minutes. We'll be home in like 10 minutes. I'll jump on.
Oh, okay. So yeah, maybe he gets. Maybe we get to end the session with sorting that out. That'd be good.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, if they weren't gonna hop on, we could. I mean, we could end the session early at that point and just be like,
Sure.
hey, if they're gonna be back, we could.
Yeah. If that was the case, unfortunately, I think that's the only logical course of action because we're just basically sitting here shooting the shit, waiting.
I know.
I mean, we could go scour the temple or the tower. He said that we could
Just
go
go
explore.
wander. Yeah, go explore. I don't know that there's much to be found, but yeah, we could go look. Because he kept interrupting us every time we tried to go upstairs. I'm a little curious at why he kept stopping us.
That is true. And didn't. The lightning rods were upstairs, right? That's what he mentioned. It's the lightning strikes. No.
No, you just mentioned that the tower became like a Tesla coil. So the lightning was striking out off of the tower, and then it went into touched the
He
dragon.
didn't tell us what. Okay.
It was emanating basically from the
Amador?
exterior of the entire tower, right?
Ooh.
It was
We shoot
a
lightning?
It was like Tesla. coil
Varys
on
can
the
shoot
tower.
lightning.
Paris can shoot lightning, yes.
We shoot lightning at the tower and see what happens.
Lightning bolt. Just Varys
Bounce
like
back
just
and
goes
kills
right
him.
back into the.
Yeah, we're just trying to kill Varys again.
Look,
Hear me out.
Like, you could also wait for Porrig to. You could wait for Porrig to wake up and then ask Porrig what the answer is to that last riddle. You go over tables as well.
That's a good point.
Well, there is
the one
another
that I'm so
side,
frustrated
too.
about. Already knowing
Right?
the answer to.
because we didn't go to the right side, so there is that other way.
That's
So
true. We
have
could
up,
play with that riddle.
and we have that other room that we don't know what's
But,
over
yeah,
there.
we also kind of need Varys for that because he has all the notes on history and shit.
God damn it, Peyton.
Damn.
Hayden!
Peyton!
Yeah, Maldor
that's it.
speaks Gnomish, but he's not going to be fuck all for help on the history of a plane he's been on for like 6 months.
Yeah, you've
Hey,
been on
Dad!
longer than I have. Peyton!
All right. So, how was everyone's day? We
Do
slept
need to
in the
wake
same
up the
room.
gnome?
I don't know that would help very much.
Hey,
Don't
Lucar,
know
do you know how to
which
play
gnome
this
you're
game
waking
over
up.
here?
With the sticks.
With the sticks.
And he's good at hitting things.
I played that a few times in my mercenary days.
Shall we play a few games?
It's called Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball.
It's cool. We're gonna play rollies until he gets back.
Yeah, so you're just gonna do some more zoomies.
No more zoomies. I don't know that I can afford to do more zoomies. That exhaustion hurts.
That shit's so funny.
I didn't have a better way to like think about the power, so I was like, I'm just gonna run back and forth across the room.
He's gonna run real fast, man. He's gonna
Run real
bury on that
fast.
shit.
Zoom,
Pull out the flash, right? The flash, right? Just like slow. Jumping through time. All right, so Pitt hitting up on the pull cues. So after some time here waiting, it's not too much time. It's been about a couple hours. Eventually, you hear the door itself begin to open, and Porrig slowly begins to step out.
He just pulled up. He's on his way.
Ah, you all still here? Wonderful. How about some lunch, huh?
This man's got it figured out. He eats breakfast, goes to sleep, eats lunch, takes a nap.
It sounds so awful. That's not living.
Well, if you get to my age, it kind of is. And keep my eyes open. Yeah.
How old are you?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't celebrate your birthday anymore.
Oh, not for a long time. I was headmaster at the time of the Age of the Great Purge. I was well over 300.
That was a few hundred years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, that's more time on the Isle. Way the time works. Sometime less time, more time.
But yet you're still not as old as the old Magello.
Do you think perhaps the current Magello will one day be the Magello of old?
Don't mind fuck me.
Don't mind, fuck you. Aren't you the one that told us
Well,
that
that's
you're
kinda
from
what
the
I was
future or the
saying.
past? Or
What was that?
I don't know what's happening.
I think we always assumed that Magello was a current person that was able to time travel back and forth in time, but we never considered that the old Magello was just the current Magello.
Gone backwards.
All I know is some old wizard.
Ah,
Probably the one that brought me here.
Which
What?
honestly, we should go talk to him. I feel like that because when we first met him, he was like, "I can't really tell you anything until you figure shit out."
True, but if he is indeed not the Magello of old yet, he may not know anything, or very little.
No, 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 no. See that goes into the territory of
Those
shit I
alarm
don't
bells
need
will
to
go
worry
off.
about. It's like
well, the
no,
fire
no, no,
truck.
no, no. Let's just go talk to him. If he doesn't know,
The
I
man.
can't fault him for not knowing things, but he's got to.
We could also, speaking of knowing things, can we ask the gnome the answer to the riddle downstairs and go?
Yeah.
was about,
What's the desert? That was the one, right? The desert one.
No,
No,
not
we
the
knew the
desert
desert
one.
one.
It was
Two towers, something like that.
something
Tilted Towers?
tragic. It was tragedy, something. Anyway, hey, Varys is woken up.
Yeah, Varys has that keen mind. Varys can ask what the question was.
I think Varys has a
Holy
lot of
shit!
catching
He
up to do.
stopped. His mouth has stopped foaming. Are you done, buddy?
What happened?
I don't know. You just kind of stroked out there for a couple hours.
It's been a
I
day.
control time now.
Show us your seed.
Wait, you control time now. That's my thing.
That's
We
what
knew he
said
was
you
gonna.
were.
We knew he was gonna be pissed.
I don't know.
Fuck.
Are we ready to retcon?
We are ready to retcon.
You
Let's
touched
do
the
this.
gnome's
Right,
staff
God,
and you
here
kind
we
of
go.
just spazzed out and fell over.
Definitely this session I think is one of the sessions you like cannot miss in terms of like the game. So it's really funny.
All right.
All right, so we're gonna retcon. Basically, your party at this point has touched the orbs and communing with the old one's entity.
Mhm.
For the sake of it, I'm gonna allow you, without any of the rest of the people to tell you anything. I want you to ask your questions to the old one, as you would without their influence. And then, if the answers have already been given, I'm going to go ahead and shortcut them a little bit in terms of what has already been asked. I think that's going to be the quickest and the best way for you to be natural in what you would like.
All right.
This is a full retcon. And then we'll kind of work our way up to you being right where you're at currently, which is in the actual headmaster's chamber. Okay.
Okay.
So this voice comes through to you. This voice is introduces as the old one. Simply, hello, I am the old one. And upon that, time is not stopped, but the stream of conscious is independent, which means that your party members are being hit with this voice at the exact same time, but the voice speaks back in its own independent way as you to it. So it's actually streaming potentially consciousness into multiple different minds at the same time. Okay?
All right.
So That's all it does. Just simply introduces itself. It's the old one.
Hello, old one. I'm Varus Willow. Is there a reason that we were pulled towards you?
You were guided by a friend that was harmed near Kinsu by my seed.
Why would you want to consume Tegan's essence?
I have no control over my seeds. Once planted, they will do what it is they will do.
Are you the entity that gives Damodar his power?
So this is where we're gonna go out of character. So the party has been informed that that is true. That the old one did indeed give Damodar a gift in exchange for a seed, and their task was put to slaying the dragons.
So Damodar's task was to slay the dragons.
Correct.
If Damodar's task was to slay the dragons, why does he want to control all of them?
That is something I do not know.
Are you also the reason that we were united together by the stones?
So, out of character again, had stated that the ritual that Damodar had used, they had used their magic, their power, to scatter the stones throughout time through the wakes of those that are chosen, in hopes that would make their way to you and that you would have them.
So, are we supposed to oppose Damodar or let him accomplish his task?
Your quest is to slay Damodar.
To do that, do we need to slay the dragons?
It is something that I have foreseen. There are many paths, and there are many futures.
Can you remove orifices?
That might part
Never,
That's
ever
probably
gonna
the
get
worst
it right.
butchering of that name that I've ever.
No, because I'm tired. I'm so tired.
I
and I don't have the
It's okay.
wherewithal.
It's okay.
I don't have the
know.
wherewithal to say his name right.
I know. Orcivis. I'm with you. We're with you.
Or
So,
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Orcivis.
Mr. O, can you get Mr. O's control?
Mr. O, get Papa O.
Daddy O.
Daddy O.
Mr. O.
I don't have the brain power.
I know.
Daddy O.
So you're asking if they have the power to remove what was done to you by Orcivis.
Yes.
In exchange for removing the bond of your soul to this deity, you must plant a seed.
What seed?
It is something that will reveal to you from the tendrils of fate what is destined for you and you alone. When it is time, it will tell you.
Do I need to plant this seed in a certain place?
As I have said, it will tell you when it is time.
Is there anything I should know about Damodar that I haven't asked already?
Out of character. You all at this point can go through if you'd like and start off with Adam, just giving Peyton some information.
Yeah, so Damodar is a chosen. We learned.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we necessarily learned that from the old one. Well, kind of. I don't even. Regardless, we
You can
learned
do
that.
both. You can
Kinda
do both.
did.
Both Porig, and this point. I'm going to stop the ambiance because this is where we're going to take a little bit to help Peyton out, just because they're tired and all that. Just give them a little bit of
Maldor specifically also learned a bunch of shit that he would have shared with you at this point. The old one goes by many names, one of which is also the Devourer, who is Maldor's sworn enemy
Mm-hmm.
that he has spent all these many years trying to destroy.
How does Maldor feel about that?
Not happy, not super excited. Also, the tree, Talus, that he had previously made a deal with, is a seed of the old one.
Mm-hmm. So you indirectly made a deal with him already.
Yes.
Okay.
So fast forward, he took the deal, but essentially told him, like, I'll work with you to stop Damodar, but I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Okay. That's a very Maldor move.
Okay.
Is there anything pertinent that I missed?
No, I think that's pretty reasonable. There.
All right.
Obviously, Tegan, you know, Brendan, you're the one who went through most of the stuff there. Steven, Steven's really gonna kind of back a little bit of Adam in terms of
Lucar's a time traveler.
Yeah. So
which we kind of figured out already.
Yeah. So let's do Steven. So Steven, go ahead, and then we'll do Brendan after that. And I think Thanos, you really don't have. So
Thanos okay. Like power.
Yeah. So Lucar, go ahead and go, so you can kind of maybe relay a little bit.
Yeah, so I guess basically it implied that my entire world was consumed by some runaway piece of its power from something. And I'm given a second chance to come here and stop it from happening to this place.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, like, if you think back, like when I had that conversation with, like, Sorda grandmother, it was like,
Gam.
Say what?
Gam.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gam.
It was sort of implied that she was possibly also chosen of our world. So clearly, like, this possibly keeps happening and across, the infinite multiverse or whatever.
Did anyone ask if he chooses people?
No, well, it's sort of. He alluded to the fact that, and I think Maldor learned this a little bit before when he was talking to Helm, but being chosen means we have some shred of a deity, it sounds like, or some divine power in us. That's like you're born to that.
Okay. Brennan, you there, bud?
Yeah, basically what I had asked was like, what the fuck happened to me. Basically, what I could understood was that whatever this entity is, it's not a god. It's not like it is sentient, but it doesn't have like it doesn't
Is
have
Is it just like the
complex
source of
emotions.
destroying? Because that's what the devourer seems like. Like it doesn't have like wants. It just does.
It's an
It's
entity that exists outside of time and is an observer of the past, present, and the future.
Oh, okay.
it's like
And
literally chaos entropy personified. It's like
yeah,
if another nothing whole could have a personality,
Was
it's
there
this thing.
is there an equivalent to him, like a creator?
it could be, but we don't know of it yet.
No one's asked that.
Okay, that's what I would ask next.
Okay, well, let's,
Um,
let's
Yeah,
finish
but yeah,
with
I'll
that.
I'll
Yeah.
let Brennan finish.
Basically, from what we can tell, his opinion on everything is if someone is fated to come to me and ask for a gift, I shall give it to them regardless of their intentions. And they are free to do what they want. Because his whole thing is everything should be free and able to go wherever and do whatever they want. Is basically what I got from it.
Okay. I mean that makes sense. Because like Damodar's breaking his deal. I mean, but like he doesn't seem to be being punished by this entity. Rather,
He's
he just
just sicking us on him. That's what
yeah,
it-
yeah. Like basically, instead of just like punishing him himself, he's just like, oh, I just need more like chosen ones to deal with this problem.
Because that's what it's like, where it's like it doesn't have emotions. It just knows its purpose and what it can do. And if someone comes to gain power from it, its responsibility is to give it.
One
Okay.
thing he did sort of mention that we haven't talked about yet. He told you just now that Damodar was supposed to kill the dragons and decided not to do that for whatever reason.
hmm
And the old one was the one that put him on that path. Like the old one wanted seemingly the dragons to die.
hmm
But more importantly, something that he mentioned, because Tegan had told him that Damodar keeps like not killing us or refusing to kill us
hmm
because he wants something from us. He postulated that it was because Damodar is actually afraid of the dragons, which would imply he wants us to kill them all.
So it's not a good thing for us to be killing them.
That's what Maldor thinks. There's been sort of some back and forth on that.
Yeah, which is
Well,
what the current dilemma really is in the headmaster's
Yeah.
chamber.
I was
Where
gonna
do we go
say,
from here? What do we do?
I was gonna say, well, fucking me and Grugash have debts to settle, but
Right. Well, the other thing, so the one other key piece of information, obviously you have your own issues to deal with, but Porig has a way to teleport us right back to the marshes.
ooh, okay,
So fix your daddy issues so we can get back to killing.
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. So, there.
Okay,
So
so now
I
that
think
you
you're caught
have,
up. Yeah.
yeah, I think you're pretty caught up there. Definitely a good synopsis. So now that you have that, what? Get
Yeah.
you back in. We'll start the ambiance here. Get you back in the mood.
I
just
liked
like
your
with
question
running
about the
water.
creator, though. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, yeah. And so there's just running water. It's like a glass vat here to kind of like an aquarium thing because the well's above you, and underneath are like the pipes and different levels. So you
This
hear
would-
the sounds of running water.
This is
Um,
probably, I would, this is my last question. Is there like an equivalent creator to you?
I was not created. I was formed from the epicenter of power, of energy. I have existed since the dawn of time. For me, there was nothing.
And okay. And so there is no like if you are the destroyer, there is no creator that's the opposite of you.
The polar opposite now.
I am not the destroyer. I seek to liberate energy.
Okay, that is all. But I shall take your deal to remove that deity's control of me.
Let it be done. Purple and pink cackling lightning begin to sprout around you and enveloping. Feel a slight weight being lifted, and the shadowness energy around you and mantle your shoulders is dissolved, consumed by the purple and pink lightning, as if it's pulling that apart from you into a fiber of who you are. In addition, there are parts of you that are reverting back in time to a previous state and condition. Experience is still the same. There's maybe an inclination you're a few days, if not more, young. As that happens, something begins to form in the palm of your hand. And it seems to be a silver and white feathered quill with a golden tip.
You said it's a quill? Okay.
It- Okay. So, once you provided that, the party went over to Porig, teleporting them into the headmaster chambers. So go ahead and activate now. Bring us back onto that scene. Also, probably configure the name so we know this now. It's the headmaster chamber. And from there, they have spent a night, so I wouldn't make sure you had a long rest in terms of your character. So they've gone through a long rest from midday into the early hours of the morning. Then they kind of did some things. Two of the party members actually explored the gifts that they were provided. One of which, obviously, Tegan found that their inspiration is now buffed, so they actually have more to do there. And obviously, Tegan, you can inform Ferris and the character. And then Thanos and slow down time for brief moments, falling prey to exhaustion. So there is these things that are added too. Now, Porig has showcased their dual personality, and it's now kind of stating that the personality is being triggered by the smoking of their pipe, which also has something to do with their gift of seeing the past, present, and future. They are the ones who have told about their observations of Damodar. They watched Damodar use their magic to strike it into the dragons and empower them somehow. They did so at Felgen. And from that, the waters were depleted of their magic, and so the Old One actually lost great strength on the Isle, it seems. They have been a good host in their much nicer, older form, the other form not so much. And they did try to use their power on Magello, Magistrate Magello, and they did not really come up with a whole lot of valuable information because of the dual personality that they seem to have befell. They are someone who had actually was the headmaster during the Age of the Great Purge, which led to the destruction, the ruin of Felgum, I should state. And they constructed Jinrula, which is a sister tower, as well as a community for those that retreated from fighting the Talthars and lost. others were made refuge, and they simply scattered about the continent and the world. So they have a means of getting to Jinrala because Jinrala is a way for them to move their research and their items from Felgum to another place that is secure. Fortunately, Jinrala was attacked by undead in the most recent of years, and so that has caused the community then to flee from there. But before that, it was a nice protection. The fog barrier and the other things that they had kept the Talthars and anybody else who would come to this place away. So we're now kind of at a crossroads. Borig has taken their nap again and walked out here and is just making lunch. So they're currently making different things to eat and stuff from the potions, putting them into bowls from variety, and then using magic to sprout food from the bowls. And so you all are kind of left here again. Obviously, Varys, you're no more zombified.
Yeah.
So, as Porig
Uh,
makes humble
so-
sandwiches.
You said the gift I have is a white feather with gold like trimming.
The seed that you were provided is a silver and white feathered golden tip. Your gift was removing Orsivis's curse.
Okay. So the gift was just to get that out of me, so I don't have like a new power or anything.
Do not.
Okay, that's fair. I would let everybody know that I can't say his name, but that dude no longer has hold over my soul.
Oh, you're talking about Mr. O?
Yeah, Big Daddy-O. He's
Daddy-O.
he's gone. He's
Oh, Thanos, do you
my mother
fancy
finally kicked him out of the house.
some vengeance?
I
do
fucking
fancy some
do.
vengeance.
Me and Grugash have debts to settle. I want to go and kick his fucking ass.
However, before we go, Borig, do you happen to have crossbow bolts laying around from the Talthar assholes that kicked in the door?
No. Why would I have those?
Yeah,
Am I
well,
supposed to have those?
no.
No. It was
we-
just a hope.
Ham
Yeah,
and
we
cheese
need some
sandwiches,
real
anybody?
bad.
Smoked ham, nice. Got some provolone on here. Sledges.
I appreciate the sandwich offer. Varys, we were also curious about asking Porig about the answer to the riddle, but none of us could remember the riddle.
I didn't write it down, but I think I think it was like something about a tower. Oh, a tragedy.
Mhm.
But I can't remember. I don't know if in character I would remember because of
It was a
King
Keen
Lion.
mind.
Keen man. It was a tragedy. They attempted to manipulate it. We learned from the keeper's mistakes. What period of history am I?
That's what it was.
Keen
Keen mind.
Keen mind.
Yeah, if you want to ask him, I mean, I've been
Stretch my
knocked
legs.
out. Y'all know him better than I do.
I've been hunched over for too long.
Okay, I guess we're leaving. Porig, do you
No,
happen to
yeah,
know the
carry
answer to
on.
this riddle?
What?
The
What?
tragedy that the keepers were told about. It was a riddle down below.
Riddle down below.
Yeah, the one there was a
Some
tragedy.
sort of test.
The riddle in the on the teleportation circle.
You get into the headmaster's chambers?
Is that what that was?
Oh, Maldor, as you touch the plate, you're teleported into a very similar room as what you were in before. 4 crystal orbs surround you that most assuredly have additional riddles. But you touch the plate at the side of the wall, and then it's going to teleport you through. You appear on the eastern corridor of the first floor of.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah, they can carry on with what you guys are doing. He's just going to head back down to the old one chamber.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'll have you there, and then I'll move your token. We'll come to that. So you then approach Porik here, consuming a ham and cheese sandwich. Talking about the riddles. So, riddles to get into the headmaster's chamber.
Oh, is that what that was?
Well, there's multiple riddles in different places. But to be more specific.
West side, first floor, southeast riddle.
Ah, yes. Riddles necessary to reach the artifact chamber. Hmm.
Yeah, we were hoping to get in there if you wouldn't allow us.
Why would you want to get in there?
There could be something useful in there.
You property of Felgum. Can't take anything from here.
We have a lot of hard journeying ahead. If you would allow us to take an artifact.
Sounds like a you problem. not
I
a me.
think what my friend is trying to
What
say is we are avid learners of magical history and would love to take a look at all the amazing artifacts in the artifact room merely for academic purposes.
I think you misspelled looters.
Also, also,
You know, there's a fancy word for that. It's called reading a book. Try it sometime.
Also, if we were allowed to borrow it, which I understand if you wouldn't, I would return it when we were done with it.
So you'll travel into the artifact chamber. You will inspect the items. Then you will take the item, and somehow you will return the item.
Yeah, once you tell us how to get into the chamber and you let us take it for our purposes, I would teleport us back here and give them back.
I have lived a long time. I'm not an idiot. I may be
really-
old and need to take naps all the time, but I know you're not probably going to bring it back.
I really would bring them back. Scout's honor. Can I make some
Can you
kind
make
of...
that promise? You don't even know if you're gonna live through this.
I would... If there was some kind of oath I could make that would... I swear I would bring them back.
So, truth.
Roll persuasion.
Oh, God.
Could I give him the help action?
Nope.
Or a bardic
Yours is-
inspiration.
You're afraid. You are not helpful. In fact, if you wanted to help, it'd be disadvantage.
It'd be worse.
Give him that bardic inspiration.
I'll give him a bardic.
Oh wait, I'm close enough. Can I guidance?
No, you can't bardic. This isn't the moment. No bardic inspiration, no
Okay.
guidance.
I was going to
You're,
wait.
you're
to see if I
upsetting.
got
This is you're all coming at this independently, trying
Can I
to
roll
converse
for
this
him?
gnome.
No. Okay.
No.
All right. All right.
21. It's good.
Nice.
Well, if you'll bring it back, I suppose. Just take only what you need, please, and please bring it back. There
I
was
will.
many
Thank
things in there. I've
Thank
tried
you
to
so
extract some,
much.
but it's difficult. The answer is a period of history known as the death of the timekeepers.
Death of the Timekeepers.
Yes, it's a traumatic event that happened on an isle off of the city state of Ruffling and Carius. It involved a number of individuals researching and studying. They wanted to manipulate the isle's properties, and similar to the island we have here.
Also,
But
are we taking him up on his offer to teleport us to the swamp?
Once they figure out what's in that artifact room.
Okay. Thank you for your help. We will return shortly, and I'll go and step on the plate.
all right, goodbye, farewell. Goodbye. Anybody
You
else
don't
want to
bring
have
Miss
a cheese
Jan's toys
sandwich?
back.
You know what? I'll stay and have a
Oh.
sandwich with him. I'll keep him company. He deserves some company.
I'll
Wait,
run
grab me
back,
one.
grab a sandwich.
Grab me
I'll
one.
grab two.
And then leave.
And leave.
You're gonna get ham and cheese fingers all over the artifacts.
I'll
Ah,
press. Don't worry, I'll press for digitation or hands clean.
Tegan will wait behind.
come here. Begins to bring you a sandwich. Tegan sits next to you. Here you are. Thank you for
Thank
waiting
you.
around.
Of course, you deserve to have company.
Begins to pull their shoe off and take the sock off. Slaps down the old wrinkly foot next to the fire. This doesn't look infected to you. Oh.
Not a medical professional. I wish I was. I really do.
Have
Ah.
Lucar heal it.
What about you over there? Dragonborn.
Yes.
Yeah, does this look infected to you?
I have no idea, but I put my hand on his head and lay on hands anyways.
Oh,
Aw.
thank you.
I thought he was gonna cut it off.
You could join our group. You have to cut off the toe.
Cut off the toe.
I didn't
Just
cut
lay on
off
hands
any.
and then
I didn't
chop
cut
off
off
the
any
foot.
appendages.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're all good.
No, he just
Ham and
got
cheese for you too, Dragonborn.
Oh, do you have it on a croissant?
Uh,
A croissant?
Croissant.
Croissant.
a croissant. Ham and
I
cheese
really
and a
want to see
croissant.
what's in that artifact room.
All right, so
Good team.
Lucar
Not
and
loot
Tegan,
whores.
it's Tegan and Lucar. You're chilling with Porek, having ham and cheese, and looking over their old person's foot. Maldor, you're heading back to the Well of the Nine Realms, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you pass into this space, it looks as if the sentries are like rebuilding themselves. So some of them that have been crushed, they're actually making way and like probing and rebuilding them after they're being crushed. They're actually repairing the ones that have fell. The golems, the larger constructs, those are back in their coolant spaces and alcoves. They seem to not draw any attention to you upon coming down, perhaps learning that you're not an intruder or just given privilege. You then come to the smaller teleportation that pass through the wall into the actual chamber of the Well of the Nine Realms, and both of those kind of orbish kind of glow with a greenish hue, and then you step on and you're able to pass through. I'm going to go ahead and bring you to this scene. There. What are you doing in particular?
He's just gonna walk back over to one of the orbs and try and reconnect. He's got some more questions.
So you touch the orb and you begin to form the reconnection. Hello. Welcome back.
There are answers I would yet have. We've established that the gifting of the gem was your doing. But Linnea, was she ever real? Was she a diva? Was she just more of your machinations?
Linnea. They are real. They have been influenced by me to spread the stones in your wake. The eyes of Linnea I foreseen and saw. They are a trusted companion, someone that was to guide, love.
Are they under your influence still?
I did not have a choice. Your deity, upon being filled with the tendrils of fate. Upon being imbued, your deity sought to destroy them. I have spared them. Liberated them from the clutches of your god.
Where is she now?
He is kept in a place that is not here nor there. It's a place your deity cannot reach.
If you let her go, he will come after her again.
If I release Linnea, they will be destroyed. Your deity does not see reason, as all deities are compelled by one purpose, as they have since the dawn of time.
Consequences. Her predicament is on your head, not Helm's. Don't forget that.
Emotions are for mortals like you. I do not have them.
You will. Does she still possess her own mind?
Of
Are you
course,
controlling her?
they are merely kept in suspension. They will be released. That is what you wish.
Well, not if it means their demise, obviously. Another one of your
That
messes I must clean up,
will be
apparently.
done.
Can I speak with her where she is currently?
Yes.
And I wish to do so.
See. As the hexagonal bronze-like plate, see that you've been handed. Swirl symbol begins to glow. From that, purple and pink lightning sprouts, filling the space and the shape. Linnea, in this world, voice the old one. The seed can and will carry them. That is what you wish.
They will be safe from Helm, locked inside.
As long as you hold it, Helm will not see.
Very
Do
well.
you? So be it. It seems out of character that the Old One is trying to accomplish. Doesn't have emotion per se, but is showing a little bit, perhaps, of feeling in some fashion. You're trying to do what it is they're interpreting that you want. And that they're doing it before you actually ask it. It may or may not be what you want. Perhaps it's not what you think you want. They are curious as to, after they do it, what your response is. The figure in front of you begins to form. It will become tangible. Flesh, body, what Linnea is and once was, so they are, begins to form. Look upon you with their eyes. I believe we ever, in your backstory, described Linnea, what they look like, but I think that you put in there beautiful elvish features, glowing dark hair, seem to shimmer, rays of moonlight. Don't have a token particularly for their character. You can choose one. It will be real in in an intangible sense, but can be used as a form of guidance. Looks upon you and moves the hand, pressed your cheek, slowly begins to brush it. They then place the hand on the chest, your chest. They begin to smile. You're far too tall now to kiss your forehead.
Yes, things have changed.
What happened to you?
Many things. I am not what I once was. Seems the longer I stay in this place, the more monstrous I become in many ways. It seems a bit necessary, perhaps, for what I must do. Are you all right?
I am.
What this thing has done, what he did to you. Helm would see you destroyed now.
Helm would see many things destroyed.
So it would seem.
But Helm, like this creature, they all have their purpose. They always will. My guidance to you is to trust yourself, like you have always done. To use what you can to achieve that purpose.
I don't know how. But it will pay for what it's done, and I will find a way to free you.
I look forward to that. Live your life. And
Well, as it would seem, as things turn out, apparently that life is now endless, so I have much time to devise a plan.
seems a gift to help you.
All
Haldor,
things
you
come with a cost.
Have you spoken with Helm?
Yes.
Helm tell you what happened to you?
Just that I'd failed, and he had little care for what happened to me afterwards.
It wasn't simply that. He tried to destroy you.
He tried to destroy me.
Complicated. Maybe with time, answers can be found. What I do know is Helm, they worried what you might do, you would become. You're a champion. You still are. You were. And you more life than fighting endlessly. Eternity. Don't let that be what this life becomes.
It was something I was always good at. In fairness, I never knew much else.
We're protected now. Not need to fight.
Well, perhaps there will come a time. It seems there is still a bit of fighting yet to be done. It seems I have one more person to put atop my list. Anything that seeks to destroy me, or you for that matter. It seems he already made the mistake of underestimating me once.
Did. And through his actions, he left a lingering mark.
Well, there.
When the gates were attacked, the Devourer sent forces, and you did what you always do, reckless. Helm was given information that what you would do was to release the Devourer. They then tried to destroy you, and you returned within their reach. There was another, same that helped and claimed me as your guide, that intervened against Helm. They are the ones who sent you. They are the one that spared you. They are both powerful things. Even though I waylaid Helm, they continued. After you escaped, Helm turned their attention to me. If not, for what they had done, some grand scheme of influence, I would not be here. You were at the center of two ropes being pulled. The mortal mind should not fall prey to that. Your hatred, your anger manifested itself.
Yes.
I fear that if you continue down this path, you will only be consumed by that part of you now.
Every way that I go, violence seems the only path laid before me.
Violence comes to those who seek it. And I will be here by your side, regardless of the path you take, now and always.
For that much I'm glad.
Just begin to look upon you, and they lay their head against you and just wrap their arms around your ginormous body as best as they can. Let's give you this is a big hug. Just kind of brace themselves against, probably just your leg at that point. Just holding yourself in an embrace. You reunited after the many, many months. So, for the rest of the two of you, I should say, you both are headed in the direction of the artifact chamber. And the actual artifact chamber is particularly on the same map. So I'm just going to copy you over. This is where we're going to go ahead and end it before you get into the goodies of this. So as you answer and finalize that riddle, that answer in, you are teleported in space. You then appear into a large, not a large, but a small chamber with bronze platforms and tables fit with pedestals and mantles holding a variety of magical items. There is a kind of 4 chests that have been kind of tucked away in the corner. Those have velvet lining that kind of spilling out. There's sorts of intricacies to them. They are currently locked with these very kind of unique tumbler-like things, which have 2 keys that can be inserted, and then the tumbler will have a thing to answer through. They could have items in, they could not. You know from Porig seeing that they have been removing things and taking them to the tower to draw. Perhaps these are containing cases for magical items to be traversed, or perhaps they have yet to be taken, right? So they could have stuff. The shelf here, there's 3 tiers of the shelves. And so there's a ceiling height roughly about 9 feet or so here. And they are filled with binders, books that have been bounded by scrolls, particularly spells. This is just a literal room full of
Varys
spell books.
is not leaving for 6 months.
Baby! Yeah. I've never
The
been so-
research and the other volumes are in the labyrinth below, right? So this room in particular is really just home to artifacts. So, high level spells or other spells of a rarity, things that they perhaps had at the library at the time, right? There's magical texts and things, and they took them out of there and then they stored them into a place where they thought they'd be far more secure. But then the Templars came to Belgium as well. So, so there's staffs, there's other things, there's a tome. So there's these things in here as well. We'll get to that in terms of what the loot items will be on the start of next session.
Damn, I really wanted to see what these stats were.
Keep you hanging.
Yeah,
Keep you hanging. I got no choice.
yeah, fair enough.
All right. How's everyone feeling?
That was a fun hour for me.
That was a crazy session. That's-
I'm gonna get myself killed with a superpower.
I finally got that fucker's control off of me.
All right, how does
For
it feel?
now.
It feels so good. No, if I die again, I'm just gone. I'm not
You just
trying.
flipping the bird like, nope,
He's
we've
like,
been down this
"No."
road.
Yeah.
Maldor and Thanos want to march into his realm and try to kill him. So
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, y'all are
We-
out of y'all's fucking mind. Like
I don't know. I can slow time down now. I'm pretty much a god at this point.
just for you,
Yeah.
and for one,
You can watch
single
us all
turn.
die in slow mo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
while he hits him with like 3 arrows, and he's like, "That was but a tickle."
No, I can get 6 arrows off now. Okay, thank you.
God, those
Also,
are some
I want
hot.
his scythe.
Those are some hot stabs.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
stabs
you
do
know-
look pretty nice.
Honestly, Maldor with a scythe seems really on brand for some reason.
Wait, you got
Maldor
a
is going to be
scythe?
the Reaper of Death at this point.
Maldor, you got a scythe?
No, I said I want to go take Orcivis' scythe.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that would make sense.
Meanwhile, stay tuned
How about
to
that
watch.
21 persuasion roll?
Hey, I'm
That was
proud of
bad.
you because there are magic items in here, and Thanos is
Yeah.
greedy as fuck right now.
There's
Yeah.
no bolts though.
No bolts though. No, not. Yeah, well, you don't know. They could be in those chests.
Maybe
yeah,
there's
they
a scroll of summon bolts.
Or there's like a magic item that just creates bolts out of nothing.
Yeah,
Like he just reaches in and it creates a bolt.
endless quiver or something.
Yeah.
I doubt that's going to be here in a magic school, but you know.
You never know.
Yeah. God
We
damn.
had like at least one ranger nerd that came by, and they had to find something for him to do.
Ranger nerd.
Ranger nerd.
I think we're gonna have
Nature
to
lover.
rename from ill-fated to God Killers.
We have to
It's
kill our
like-
first god first.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm
But
so
it sounds like
down.
that's going to be like 3 sessions from now.
No,
So
y'all are
down.
out of y'all's mind. Like if y'all go, I'm just not going with you.
There's like, nah, I'm good.
This is like, I'll kill Grugash, but I'm not fighting Orcivis. Y'all are fucking
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, I ain't mine.
No, I told him that revenge would be sweet if you rode Brugad into the shadow spell to kill Orcivis. That would be like the perfect just irony of fate.
For some reason, I could not hear a word.
Yeah,
that
I
you
couldn't
just
hear
said.
anything you said.
That was Brendan's mic. Feedback coming
Oh.
from Brendan's mic. Yeah.
What were you
Right.
saying?
I was just saying the beautiful irony if you rode Grugash into the Shadowfell to kill Orcivis.
Yeah, that would be cool. But
See?
I doubt it
Good.
would work.
Why do you doubt it would work?
You
Because
little
I'm
fake.
killing that fucker.
I mean, yeah,
We
you
just
kill,
established
you
killing
kill the
dragons is
dragon
bad.
after.
Huh?
Grugash
Maldor
didn't do
established killing
anything
the
to you,
dragons is
though.
bad.
No, but
It
he's
was the
the
bat
reason,
that did
he's the
something to you.
reason why I died. Because his dad is so scared. And I don't fuck
Chloe,
with deities.
You
But
use him
I'll
to
kill
kill his
their
daddy.
fucking kids.
That's
I don't know,
fucked
it
up
doesn't
if
make
you
much
look at it that
Technically,
way.
I am a kid of Orcivis, so like, if we're going down this route, I'm just throwing it out there.
You're out of your mind. I'm not going to fight him in his home plane.
Boris, stop fighting with your stepbrothers.
He's not my dad anymore. Him,
That's right.
me and
They
him are
broke up.
done.
He's been removed from the family tree because
Yeah. I disowned his ass. But yeah, Varys is feeling pretty damn good now. He's like, oh, all right, so this shit was all meant to happen. But it's funny because as Varys feels pretty good about this, Maldor is fucking losing his shit. He's like,
Yeah.
no.
Maldor's going through some fucking shit.
Yeah, we had the reversal. Varys was feeling like awful. Now he's like on fucking cloud 9. He's like, I get to fucking fuck with some magical artifacts. With this, I got that shit removed. Like, I'm all good. And Maldor's like, I hate my life.
He's just Googling how to kill a god. That's fine.
He's Googling. Maldor's special power was he got a cell phone.
Yeah, like maybe, and the thing is like maybe if we were like level like 17 or something, I'd be like, all right, maybe I'll go with you. We're like
Oh, no.
level 9.
Well, you have to understand,
Okay.
like, oh, go ahead.
So we have 1,009 experience each. This should put you all at 49,664 experience total. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it for the ill-fated. Nice work, everyone. Lots of lore, great times. Hopefully you all get a nice week to digest that, and I'll probably type a posting as well for some of that stuff. So you're like, okay, we understand a little more. If you want to watch us again, check us out Saturdays at 11 a.m. PST, and we will catch you then. So bye.
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 Bye.